Good morning, everybody. This music is just kind of chill. It's not the usual vibe, but I hope everybody's having a good day. I picked this music because we're playing the Seance of Blake Manor today, which is set in Ireland, in the late 1800s. And I figured it would be kind of appropriate, but it's also kind of low-key energy for the start of a stream. That's okay. We don't need to be a high energy here Saturday morning to have a good time. We're here to just kind of have a nice relaxing morning, frankly, and play some detective games that will turn our brain into mush. Anyway, I hope you all had a great day yesterday, great evening, and that you're rested and ready for today. Noble, congratulations on first. Jantos, hey, that's me. How you doing, Noble? Flo and Mikey was second and third, respectively. Yeah, damn. You know, I sat here from the time stream started, didn't even think about first, second, or third. Unknown has been watching for consecutive streams and was awarded channel points. Wow. Did that actually, like... Okay. Noble, your stream showed up very bizarrely, or excuse me, your streak showed up very bizarrely in my chat log here. It's kind of funny. I don't know why it's not correctly reflecting, but thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. You're a legend. That's very sweet. Hello. Oh, good morning. Good morning. I gotta be here quicker than that. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Noble nailed it. And then you snuck in and sniped the second. You are unknown. You are unknowable. You are, what is it? Like a paradox wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in, I don't know, like a mochi shell of just awesome. It's wild though. Like I have such respect for you because you have so much knowledge about things that I just don't know that much about. Right? Like I don't think that I'm particularly knowledgeable when it comes to movies or cinema. Music or cinema. I just listen to some of the stuff that I listen to, and frankly, I don't even listen to that much music because I struggle to do two things at once, frankly. So trying to listen to music actively while doing something is often an exercise in futility. But for some reason, streaming and playing games, sometimes I can manage it. Clearly, it is not always fully successful, as we saw when I was trying to play Saros and talk at the same time. That usually just resulted in me speaking nonsense and then dying in the game. But yeah, it's been interesting streaming because it's certainly putting me into a position that I'm not used to, which is to say talking to people for an extended period of time, where there is no back and forth dialogue. It's just me talking, although there's the chat, obviously. But then also just like needing to chat and talk while doing something else is just not something I do because I don't need to and I'm not good at it. But you know, it's been fun. You're too kind? No, I'm not too kind. Believe in me who believed in you. As is quoted, what is the name? Camilla? Sorry for the delay. I was unclogging a toilet. Oh no. One of those mornings, eh? What is his name? Tengen Papa Gurren Lagann. Kamina, not Camilla. I'm a fake fan. I do love that show. I haven't seen it in years. There's definitely some like kind of questionable elements with some of the character designs that are just there for fan service, but overall it's a remarkably good show. I want to watch it again. One of the best mecha shows out there, and it just goes crazy. The scale gets outrageous by the end. It's so funny. It's the kind of thing that just would not really hold up in a media other than anime or animation in general. Which is, I find it very, okay, this is like a slight aside. It's not even a slight aside. It's a complete aside. I find it so frustrating that animated content is treated so flippantly by a lot of people. Like, oh, animation's for kids, you know, like that's kind of, I think it's started to change, but it's just like there's so much good animated media out there that is made for adults, and North America still, at least the people who are in power, when it comes to giving people awards and shit, really don't tend to consider it as like a valid, serious art form in some cases, which is just crazy. I went and I saw a movie on Wednesday with my wife called Paprika, which is by the director and I think co-writer, if I remember correctly, maybe just the writer, Satoshi Kon. It's just like such. So basically, Paprika is kind of like Inception in that it's about entering people's dreams and the impact of that in some ways. Oh, hello. This is a little bit more energy to it. All right. We'll see where this goes. But it's just like, it's so much more vibrant and expressive and inventive, in my opinion, than Inception. Like, Inception's a great movie. It's fun. But it just, like, the dreamscapes that it shows and presents are really just kind of our world, but twisted a little bit. Like, yeah, okay, the city folds on itself. Sometimes there's those, like, wait, no, I'm thinking of a different movie. But yeah, the like the cityscape folding on itself, or, you know, running on the ceiling and the walls. I mean, that's cool. It was great. It was good set pieces and fun action. But like, compared to the nonsense that you see, and I use nonsense in a non-derogatory way here. This is like dream nonsense, like dreamscape, nightmarescape nonsense. Is presented so effectively in this film, Paprika. I highly recommend everybody go watch it. It was like a masterpiece, and it's hard to describe exactly why the movie is so effective. I'd have to spend some more time thinking about. Hey, you're on. How you doing, man? Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're a little bit less groggy this morning than you were last night. I mean, you're still up till like midnight, but it definitely seemed like the post-nap groggies got you something fierce. Did I have anything else to say about Paprika? Less groggy, little headache. Okay. Less groggy is good. Little headache is bad, but hopefully the little headache fades quickly. I mean, I don't know. Do you tend to medicate for headaches and such? I did a list of my favorite movie for every year since I was born. Oh, that's fun. And every year that Cohn put out a movie, it was my favorite except one. Hell yeah. Which one was that, by just out of curiosity? Because I know, like, I think it's Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, and Paprika are all very surreal. But there's one that's a lot more grounded. Something about Godfathers. It was based or kind of inspired by a movie called The Three Godfathers. Tokyo Godfathers. Yeah. Tokyo Godfathers is a lot more grounded than his other films and work. And I think intentionally. It's still very vibrant and interesting, but like it's just not kind of built the same as his other work. Not in a bad way, it's just different. Millennium Actress, yeah, I think Millennium Actress and Perfect, I think it's called Perfect Blue, are both more on the surreal end. Although Perfect Blue is, I believe, more, it's not so much just surreal as also like all of his work tends to deal with a blurring of the line between fantasy and reality, which is just fun to watch. Perfect Blue also has some like paranoia and insanity elements And then I don't actually think I've seen Millennium Actress. I have seen Paprika, and I want to see Perfect Blue and Millennium Actress, and I have seen Paranoia Agent, which is the full length anime that he put out, which was also fantastic and also very surreal. While it was Paprika that didn't make the cut. Damn. I mean, that's fair. I have to watch the other ones, but I just had such a good time. I don't think I've seen Scanner Darkly. The year was just stacked. Yeah. I'd have to go back and take a look at that. It's an interesting exercise. It's not something I think I would have anything interesting to say, because I don't think my tastes back then were particularly complex, shall we say. And then since then, like I think I've done better over time when it comes to being more literate, I guess, when it comes to cinema. But it's just like one of those things. I just never have enough time to catch back up on the backlog, and you know how it is. You know how it do be. Anyway, that's why I like seeing the channels in your Discord, because there's so many people that are passionate about this stuff that have interesting opinions and takes, and it's just fun to see people's thoughts. You know, this is why, again, I've been streaming for a little over 6 months now, I think. And it's just been such a great time to meet people that are so wildly different than I am in terms of my interests. Not to say that, you know, everybody's different and I can't relate at all. It's just more like different specialties, and it's just fun to see other people and talk to other people about their interests. I think other people's passions are fascinating and like a pleasure to witness and experience, you know. I mean, that's why I like talking to other people and meeting other people. I do have some roofers, or not roofers. I do have some folks coming by to clean out my eaves troughs today, so I may have to pause and walk away at any moment. We'll see what happens. It is raining today, so I'm not actually sure if they're still going to be coming. I imagine that they will, because I have to imagine that they're used to working in the rain, but I'm certainly not going to be asking them to do it. If they do it, then great. If they don't, well, then that's fine. Oh gods, I do not need this much coffee delivered monthly. There's a local roaster in Toronto called DeMello, and their coffee is fantastic, and it's basically all I've drunk at home for the last like decade. But I don't need a 5-pound bag delivered monthly, because I don't drink quite that much coffee. that would be a lot even for me. I used to drink more, but I'm definitely down to more like just a single espresso a day kind of thing, or well, double espresso. I do love coffee though. I used to work at a Starbucks once upon a time, and I don't like Starbucks. I think Starbucks coffee is generally pretty ass. A combination, I guess, of it being like over roasted for my taste, too hot when it's brewed or pulled out of the espresso machines, and just generally low quality. At least the ones here in Toronto. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, all this is to say, I used to work at a Starbucks, and when I was there, because it was free, I would have like 12 shots of espresso in a 4-hour shift, because you get some at the start, you get some at the end, and I had a break. I got some then as well. And I don't think that was necessarily healthy for me. But I didn't die, so I can only hope that it ultimately just made me stronger. As is the saying, you know? Yeah, it's bitter and burnt as fuck. Yes, sir. Gnarly. Fortunately, we have plenty of good coffee places downtown that are far superior. There used to be in the building that I work at, there used to be a Starbucks in the building itself. And that it used to be like the place that people would go, but I think now that there's other options, people tend to, it just doesn't have the business that it used to, which is funny, because I think it actually closed for a couple of years during the pandemic, and they came back later. But it's bad. I don't like it, so I go elsewhere, or I just use the shitty like Nespresso coffee from the kitchen because it's free, and that's also a factor. It's ever since Return to Premises has been kind of instituted by my organization, I have been trying to spend less and less money in the downtown core, because I don't want to like prop up their real estate value. So hopefully we don't go back to like full 4 days a week, or 5 days a week anytime soon. But if it does happen, I'm switching to packed lunches if I can. I mean, you know, it's a time versus money thing, and obviously my time is valuable to me, and I'd rather spend it doing things other than making lunches. But I don't want to give money to shitty companies either. So, you know, it is kind of, it is a balance. Anyway, I'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. Anyway, we're going to be, like I said, we're going to be playing Seance of Blake Manor today. So I think I'm going to launch that. But I hope everybody's having a great morning. I hope you all have some solid breakfast to start your day, because that's important. I've been told having a good breakfast, get the, you know, the goop moving in your body. Get that goop flowing, folks. You never know. You never know when you might need to expend energy. I'm also going to launch this game, which you're not going to see, but I'm only mentioning it because I don't know. It's been like, it's not interesting. It's called Fish. What is it? Fish to Dish Idle Sushi. It's just like a small, like quarter screen game, runs on the bottom of a monitor, and it's very idle. You really don't do anything, except like spend resources once in a while. It's very slow paced, but it is chill. Kind of nice. Let's see how my fish are doing. Oh, I haven't caught anything because it was closed. That makes sense. Right. God, this is just so uninteresting. Why am I doing this now, then, you ask? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. All right. Oh, God, excuse me. I also might need to get more coffee at some point. I did have some already, but it feels like it was not enough. I've been off for the last week, and it has been grand to not have to work, but I've also been staying up way too late. Like I've been sleeping much less than I should if I had intended on actually catching up on rest. So I may go into the next work week and just be kind of fried, which is unfortunate. But you know what? It is what it is. We will survive. And I would rather, you know, spend my time doing something fun in my week off, stuff I'm passionate about, than just sleeping for a week, which is probably, frankly, what I needed, but not what I wanted. And what I want is very important to me. All right, let's get into the game, folks. If I can find it. Where is it? Hello? There it is. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want probably to have, you know, universal basic income for everybody. All, you know, healthcare and social systems are in place to take care of folks who need help, and for everybody to have enough of a living wage or income doing something that they find interesting in life, that they don't need to like suffer through a day-to-day grind. And after all that is said and done, and they have a living wage, they have enough money to get by, they can have time to spend to do stuff that they're passionate about. And we have a society that is built around people working on stuff that they truly want to work on, as opposed to grinding away for massive profit-driven corporations that really care only about money and don't give a shit about the people who prop them up. That's what I really want. And not just for North American society, but just for every society in general. Because I just think it would just be a better reality. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, right on. Hell yeah. All right. You can't see this yet. Don't worry about that. Okay, we're gonna turn down the music a smidge, because this game has its own music most of the time. Gaming. There we go. I'm actually surprised that worked right away. Oh, it's because because we've been playing Saros, which is using a different scene, and so I haven't had to change these properties. Oh, I love the art style of this game too. It's like so graphic, and you'll see once we get in, the manor itself is nicely rendered, but like all the characters are done in, I mean, everything's done in this style, but they just kind of sit there and are like almost 2D standees in themselves. But it's just a vibe that I like a lot. And technically speaking, God, like, look at this. I love it. It reminds me a lot of Blueprints in terms of the kind of in-world rendered style, which is a game I need to go back to. I put a decent amount of time into it, and I really enjoyed my experience. But I did not beat it, so I need to go back. But this game is gorgeous, and we don't need to climb into that window, but we can if we wanted to. What am I doing exactly? So we have essentially this timetable of different events, stuff that is going on, and we're trying to solve the mystery of a missing woman. We received an anonymous note from someone, presumably at this hotel, that a woman has gone missing and that person is feared for their life, the missing person's life. So we're essentially just walking around talking to the characters that are here. And I say character not as like an in-game character, but they are characters. They're all a bunch of different weirdos, which is kind of fun. This says TikTok, and I'm wondering if
this area is off limits for guests.
Chill, dude. I wasn't trying to get in behind you. I was just looking at this clock, man. Anyway, we've already snuck in behind her and looked at all the letters and such. But we're essentially here to do this investigation, but all the while there is this grand seance that is going to be held in a day's time. I believe it is this day. No, sorry, this day, Sunday in the evening, the 31st of October, 9 p.m. And we have to figure out where the person has gone by talking to all the weirdos who are at this hotel for this seance. And also the hotel is haunted, because of course it is. We have a limited amount of time. Every kind of investigation or conversation or thing that we do costs us a minute. But that's okay. We have plenty of minutes in the day. As long as we don't look at like every vase, urn, and, you know, fireplace that exists in this place, we should have plenty of time to figure out what we need to do, you know? That being said, I don't really have a goal for right now. We also have this mysteries panel, which is a lot of fun. Kind of reminds me of What was, who was it? There was another game that I was playing that has this kind of mind map situation going on. And I'm struggling to recall which one it was. I mean, it's in several different games. I think Alan Wake 2 has something similar to this. Outer Wilds is the one I was thinking of. Outer Wilds has something like this as well. But there's plenty of other detective style games that have the kind of mind map way of presenting information that we've already found. And I like it. It's a vibe. So we're looking for a culprit. We're looking for the culprit who has disappeared Miss Dean. And we have found a little bit about her. In particular, we know that she's what is this? Oh, okay, we'll investigate. Oh, the signature on Miss Dean's letter does not. Oh yeah, okay. So we found a letter about her having left, basically written as if it was her, and we have determined that it is not actually hers. The signature and the writing in the letter does not match her signature in the sign-in book for the hotel. So we know that that letter was fabricated by somebody who's not her, and something else is going on, and it's real funky like. So, mark all as seen. Can I do that? Right. We've also only found 10 of 11 pieces of evidence. I don't know where the last piece will fit in here, honestly, but anyway. Find it at some point. The other thing we can look into is the dream. We had a dream the first night we were here. We arrived late, just around, I don't know if it was 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. But anyway, long story short, we arrived, we did a little bit of investigation, and then we went to bed. And when we fell asleep, we were thrown into a bizarre nightmare, where we were walking through the hotel. We saw some Celtic stuff, for lack of a better word. There's like an obelisk or a monolith, a standing stone situation with some sigils carved into it, and some ghostly nonsense. And it seems we have actually spoken to a couple other folks who have also had their strange dream. In particular, who was it? This guy whose name I'm forgetting at the moment. He also had a similar dream. At this point, we're also looking for her bedroom. For some reason, room 15 kind of disappeared, and we think that it is room 15 where she's supposed to be. Wow, okay, we found a lot here apparently. But yeah, as you can see, we've determined room 7 and room 21 are not it. Room 15 we think is probably hers, and then room 2 I don't think we've looked at. But we found a master key for all bedrooms in the northeast corridor, which will allow us to do a little bit more digging than perhaps we should legally be allowed to do. Miss Dean checked in only a few days ago, so someone should recall which room she stayed in. We did see in the manager's office, room 15 here. Actually, we should go double check that. Think about it. We can sneak into his office potentially, which is questionable in terms of legality, but that's okay. An open window with strong vines climbing to it. I could probably climb up to it should I find the need. Okay, let's do it. Hopefully that only took us a minute. It did. So this is the manager's office. We've already looked at the vast majority of the material in this room. And I don't think that I've missed anything in particular. The only thing we haven't really looked at yet is this safe. But I believe, this interestingly we've not listened to, but it's not terribly important. But anyway, the reason I wanted to show this is we can see that room 15 used to have something in it, and then it was removed, ripped even. So that is potentially indicative of somebody having been in room 15 and is no longer, they're no longer there, obviously. There's also just 21 and 2 look like they're empty, and so does 7. So, you know, this was, to me, I think she was in room 15. And all the weird stuff that we've seen related to room 15 kind of makes me think the same. Stationary. I don't think we need to look at that. No doubt this houses important documents. I don't think we can open this because we don't have the code. There's no real point. Yeah. Maybe at some point we'll find the code, but that day is not this day. And then something about these may be something we'll have to work out at some point. I don't really know if the art is meaningful in any way or if it's just decoration, but if I had to guess, they seem specific enough that their placement is something I will have to be concerned with eventually. Let's listen. I don't think that there's going to be anything through the vent here. That's fine. Okay, let's get out of here. Oops, I meant to just climb out. So, let's go check things out. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the timetable because there's some events that go on during the investigation that we will need to attend to because they may provide some additional information. In particular, right now, we have a talk, the history of Blake Manor in the drawing room. And I do want to witness that because I think that could be potentially useful. We were also here last time in this room and had to fix the telegraph because it was broken. Mostly it was a tutorial to introduce us to how the puzzles work. But I just wanted to double check if there was anything in particular here that has changed. Battery seems fine. I don't really want to spend the time looking at the telegraph machine now that it's fixed. So I guess there's nothing really interesting going on here right now. All right. Let's maybe go poke around in the rooms upstairs before we head down to the talk. We do have to be there by 11:10, if I remember correctly, because the doors close after a certain point, and we don't want to miss out. But we should have a little bit of time to poke around before we jump in there. But yeah, this is what characters look like. You know, it's they have this kind of 2D style, and as you move around them, there are changes. I don't know. I love this style. I think it looks so good. We talked to this woman. She's a fraud and was actually looking to kill and eat somebody's heart to obtain their magical power, because that's what she believes in. And we kind of talked her out of it because that would ruin the rest of her life. She was annoyed at us, but also kind of accepted it, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, the game is very moody. I mean, the audio, the music that comes with it is nice. It's very nice. I don't think we've been to the library. Interesting. I think last time I checked, it wasn't open. This is interesting. I'm not sure what we're gonna find in here, if anything. Why does this man just have a stick? What are you gonna be using that stick for, buddy? For like beating your children with? Tended to be in vogue back in the day. So we can look at any of this kind of stuff. I feel like for the most part, it's going to be wasted time, wasted effort. Unless we have something specific that we're looking to reference. Would be my guess, but we don't at the moment. It doesn't cost me time though, so maybe we just take a look. A great collection of works on world geography and geographical features. Is there anything I want to look up? Oh, I can look up some stuff. Look up the Blake Manor. Construction on Blake Castle began in 1652 on land awarded to the veteran soldier Edward Blake. It was a matter of no small undertaking or finance, and the work continued over generations. It is said that the manor was built on ground the local residents considered to have been sacred, but records of this do not exist. And that actually didn't cost any time, which is convenient, so we can do all the reading here. Hell yeah. The westernmost province of Ireland, once a collection of kingdoms and a site of and witness to two of the most terrible battles in Irish history, while interceded with significant periods of peace, Connacht has been, or Connacht, anyway, has a history of warfare. Party to the Irish rebellion against the crown, aided by French forces, and backdrop to the Cromwellian conquest. Connacht is a much contested stronghold of Irish culture. The northernmost province of the 4 provinces of Ireland, and once the heart of the Gaelic world today, Ulster holds the greatest population of Protestants and loyalists to the crown after the country of Ireland was adopted into the United Kingdom in 1801. This time mechanic is weird, punishing players for investigating a detective game. I think it's just to give you, I think it's for 2 reasons. One, is to give you a sense of urgency, and 2, it is because there are events that occur over the course of the day, and people are in specific places at specific times. So I think in order to make that mechanic work in a way that makes sense, they tied it to your actions. I think in reality, the time limit is largely irrelevant, in that you have plenty of time, as long as you're not looking at like every single vase and book that exists. I think you have plenty of time to investigate kind of all the important stuff that you would want to look at. You know, it would be kind of tedious to have to go through and look at every single pot just to find, you know, a hidden weapon. I want to look at them all. That's fair. That's fair. I think I generally understand where you're coming from and agree with wanting to be able to look at everything, but I also understand why the mechanism exists. And it hasn't proven to be too painful so far. Also, how are you doing, King? I almost said King Ducky, Killer Ducky. How are you doing today? I hope your week was great and that your morning has been relaxed and you are as caffeinated as you desire to be, which could range anywhere from not at all caffeinated to hyper caffeinated. I'm just double checking my email in case some of these guys show up. We're having folks come to clean out the eaves troughs today, which I could do myself, but I also don't want to go super high up on a ladder and fall and die, and I'd rather pay somebody to do that for me. Not the die part, but just somebody to climb up, do the work. Eaves? Yeah. Nope, that's from 2025. Huh. Windows? Windows. I don't know. They still seem to be coming. Hyper always. Yeah, I'm kind of in the mid to high level caffeination as my desired state of being. But I had some espresso this morning. I'm gonna have to make some more once we hit a break period, which might actually be coming up sooner than you think. It's 16 minutes until ads, so probably at that point go and make another coffee. Right, the northernmost province, the northernmost province of the 4 provinces of Ireland, and once the heart of Gaelic world. Today, Ulster holds the greatest population of Protestants and loyalists to the crown after the country of Ireland was adopted. Ulster was previously a region of importance to the Irish sovereignty, it being the seat of power from where one of 5 king above kings would rule. Belfast is the largest city in the region on the border of counties Antrim and Down, and is a significant center of populace in Ireland as a whole. The southernmost province of Ireland's 4 provinces, Munster, was where the most of St. Patrick's work bringing Christianity to Ireland took place. With this and several cities, Cork and Waterford among them, founded by Viking settlers, Munster has long had a tradition of transformative visitations, not least of these being the colonization of the region by the English in the 16th century, a most significant venture by the crown. Boo. Boo English colonization. Well, boo all colonization, frankly. but certainly English, the English were some of the most egregious. The easternmost province of Ireland, Leinster? Anyway, was home to many Celtic tribes, most notably the Laheen? I don't know how to pronounce Welsh words. they're all pretty challenging to pronounce if you don't know the language, unfortunately. To which the province owes its name. This region housed a collection of small kingdoms and dynasties, with the Hill of Tara in particular, located in Meath, later named Meath, holding significant spiritual and political power as the seat of the High Kings of Ireland. Vikings made their arrival to Ireland by the mid-9th century, had transitioned from raiding to settling, with Dublin being their most significant settlement, serving as a major trade center and later becoming a Norse Gaelic kingdom. This would not last, as the Vikings were later driven out by native Irish rulers. Leinster has seen a long history of territorial battles, ranging from the arrival of Anglo-Normans in the late 12th century, leading to the broader invasion of English forces, to a Gaelic resurgence in the Middle Ages, followed by the Tudors solidifying English control over Ireland by the 16th century. More recently, the Cromwellian conquest landed in Dublin with 12,000 troops and traveled north to begin an assault that would later be known as the Siege of Drogheda, or the Drogheda Massacre. Its surviving rebels being transported to the overcrowded Gaol of Dundalk, where they were left to starve and die. This would only be the beginning of Oliver's devastating campaign on Irish soil. Yeah, I don't think I've really ever heard anything good about Oliver Cromwell. Anyway, I do like that they're adding the ability to read this freely into the mix. I think a part of this is, showing off Irish history. Because these are all, except for maybe the stuff about Blake Manor, this is all real stuff. And I guess explorations into the fields of archaeology, its changes over the past 100 years, and information on some of the biggest sites and finds in that period. Nothing right now. Okay. So this may come up later, but for now, clearly, it's saying we don't really care. Poems on the mind and its workings. I see titles on asylums, mental disorders, and phrenology. Ooh. Alongside books on stoicism, existentialism, and nihilism. And I don't care. At the moment, maybe later. Topics such as physics, astronomy, geology, and more are stored here. Is there anything I want to look up? No. Medicine. Collection of medical texts, some on practices long outdated. Ooh, we might actually be able to look up. So we found out about somebody that they have some sort of medical condition. And there was a medical code associated with the condition that we didn't know the meaning of. It's possible we could look it up here. We were planning on talking to one of the other characters who's a doctor to ask them, but we might be able to look it up. There we go. Look up Mrs. Darcy's medical code. Let's look up folk healing first. Many accomplished modern doctors and physicians have been born, raised, and trained in Ireland, and thus there is no shortage of such doctors there. Ireland is home to a parallel discipline known as often as folk healing. That is, the tradition of treating ailments, common and uncommon, with hedge magic, from the tangible, such as the application of herbal teas and tinctures, to the intangible and somewhat more fantastical, often the creation or application of charms or rites. While there is a belief that such ability is available to anyone, particular prowess is noted amongst the community and often leads to one or two people being noted authorities on the practice within their communities. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this code. Hey, Seven, good morning. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Mr. Ward, intrigued lads. Wow, thank you. I wonder where they are. They might be upstairs sleeping. That is the trouble with cats, is they're kind of lazy sometimes, which I can relate to, of course, but they may not hear the treats. I need to figure out a way to lure them down here more effectively sometimes. I'm gonna mute you for a sec because I don't want to be like yelling at the mic. We have a visitor. Merlin, come here. Hi, come on. Merlin, come here, Stinky. Come on. Yeah, come here. Hi. Hello. Oh, one sec, folks. Let me put you into full view here so y'all can see. No, okay, God, Merlin, don't type that. Huh. Don't type that. Come here. Come here. Find something that is appropriately Merlin sized. You're very tiny. And I also don't want you like spitting out friggin' skin on the floor like you've done in the past, you little gremlin. Come here. Right here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Yeah, you can come here. Come here. There you go. That was very polite of you. There's a polite boy. You want another one? You can have your brother share because he's not here. He's too lazy. Flash doesn't know that this is happening. He'll be kicking himself for this later. This one seems good. Okay. Come here. A good morning for them indeed. There you go. Is that good? Yeah, that was courtesy of Mr. Vibes. Yeah. That was yummy. Oh, come here, buddy. Oh, there we go. He's like, don't hold me, Dad. Don't pick me up. No, you got all your treats. You don't get more. Not yet. It'll be a cooldown. Oh, wait, what? No, never mind. I thought I thought the ad break started. It did not. We still have another 7 minutes. What is this? Nothing important. Okay. Ooh, my wife is out today. She's gone to like I don't think it's a zine fair specifically, although maybe it is. It's like it's a market, like an art or maybe zine market, at a goth bar in Toronto. I don't remember the name of the bar, unfortunately, offhand, but she's got a little table and it's all done up with several stands for her zines and some prints of her art and a sign. It's all looks very good, actually. She's done a great job. My wife is extremely talented, and I'm very proud of her for everything that she does. Okay. I think I've mentioned this before, but she's the one who's done basically all of the cool-looking art for the channel. She's extremely talented. While we're here, I think I will do some shout-outs, because I like to do that for my friends. That's awesome. Yeah, no, she's so cool. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? What are you doing? I know you don't like it. I've said this before, but the noble one, he's a knower. He knows lots of stuff about music and movies, and I have immense respect for his opinions. Also, tabletop RPGs and games and such as well, obviously. But he's working on a TTRPG called High Winds, I believe. I hope I didn't get that wrong like I've done in the past. I'm pretty sure it's called High Winds. But from what I've read from the playtest material, it looks very cool, and I'm very excited to see more about it. We have also... Hello? Awesome gamer, fun to watch play Marvel Rivals, and he's just a rad dude. Got a cool partner, and he's been a blast to watch and to meet and to hang out with. Mikey Arcane, absolute legend. He's playing Liza Pete right now, and sometimes streams, well, he does a challenge stream every month, but he's been streaming with his girlfriend. They're playing Dead Space 3 together on the hardest difficulty, which has been a blast to watch. Mikey is a legend in part because he introduced me to a broader community of streamers, and it's just been like such a fun time to meet and hang out with them. You know, Trauma and Mighty and Mikey and Plug and Rob and Alex and Selena. It's just like a whole bunch of folks. It's been so cool. Vibes and Flow are from there as well. Got Yoran, also a really cool streamer, part of Team Solar along with Noble. It's just again, every Monday and Wednesday afternoons, it's fun to watch Yoran play the games that he's playing. He often has very fun reactions to things being annoying, which, you know, is maybe not so much fun for him, but it's fun for me to witness. And Seven obviously needs to shout out. Seven is just a cool dude. He's just super chill, and he's been playing, you know, MSPI was one of the first games I watched him play. Oh no, that was it was one of the Fallouts. I don't remember if it was Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Might have been New Vegas. Anyway, super chill dude, really relaxed and just a nice, fun vibe to kind of hang out with and watch streams and some cool games. And we might actually be playing Far Far West sometime soon, which I'm looking forward to because that game looks like a blast. I described it to some of my friends as robot wizard cowboys versus the undead in the Wild West, which I think is fairly accurate in terms of a summary of what the game is about. And it just looks a lot of fun. It was a good time. I'm just going back through to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Would be a travesty. And you know what? Shout out to Killer Ducky, who once in a while streams some Mahjong and such, which is kind of cool. And Killer Ducky, I've not managed to actually catch any of your streams so far, which I feel ashamed for, but one day I'll catch you when you're online. Alrighty, folks. With that, we have ads starting in 3 minutes. So let's get through a little bit more reading here in the game, and then I will go make a coffee. Oh, there we go. Right. It says here, this code is used to indicate spontaneous abortion or miscarriage in common parlance. Oof. That's interesting. It seems the condition being listed as a bad cold is a euphemism. Yikes. Appreciate it. Hey, no problem, man. Anytime. Okay, we've looked at geography, world mythology. Sure. Books on the various mythologies across the world, although the focus is heavily on the classics and Egypt. Is there anything I want to look up? No. Medicine, we've looked at. Flora and fauna, we should check out. I mean, we're going to check out all these. Oh, hello, a person. E? Oh, we can make a hypothesis. Wait, can I not? There we go. Various books on plant life, trees, herbs, and wildlife, both living and extinct. Is there anything I want to look up? No. A collection of books on the 4 cycles of Irish mythology are here, alongside writings on supernatural sites and entities. Is there anything I want to look up? The Veil. The veil is the barrier between the living and the dead, the mundane world and the spirit world. There are times and places when the veil thins and interaction between the two worlds becomes easier, for better or for worse. The veil may be thin in places that have seen great tragedy, or in places of magical significance. As for time, it is known that the veil is thinnest on All Hallows Eve, and this is when spirits of many kinds may walk the earth, and be seen even by those who usually would not encounter such things. It is also when communication through the veil is easiest. As such, traditionally any attempts to contact the dead are made in this period of the year, as they are known to be the most successful at this time. That tracks with what we've been told about the whole ritual situation, the seance. Excuse me. Alrighty, folks, we have ads in 20 seconds. I don't think I'm going to get through much more reading at the moment. So we will save Ooh, turnip heads. Hello. We will save the reading here for after the break. I'm just gonna grab a coffee because I need it. Don't touch that dial, folks, which is a description of changing the channel that really is not applicable anymore. But that's okay. I still like it. All right, be right back, folks. Have a good one. Stick in there. Grab a drink or some water, or a snack or whatever. Stretch a little bit because it's always good to get those muscles moving. And I'll see you shortly on the other side. Alrighty. Jarvis, play me a tune. Is the music not playing? You guys can hear the game, right? I hope so. I don't know where these guys are. The Eves folks. But anyway, not a big deal. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's look up some of the it's funny, like I don't really know that much about you know, Western folklore. Egyptian, Norse, Greek, Chinese and Japanese, you cannot. Oh. So you can you not hear the game audio? On the Be Right Back screen, I mean? Weird if true. I'll look into it later. Not important. As long as you can hear it now. Maybe you'll turn up the game a little bit. Okay. Let's look up some folklore. Turnip heads. I think these are the equivalent of jack-o'-lanterns. Towards the end of October and with the approach of Halloween, it is not uncommon to see carved lanterns adorning doorsteps and windowsills. In Ireland and Scotland both. It's just very low. Okay, gotcha. In Ireland and Scotland both, there is a long-held tradition of carving a face into turnips and putting a lit candle inside them. The tradition is thought to stem from the Irish folktale of Stingy Jack, a spirit barred from both heaven and hell and forced to walk the earth eternally. Whether this is true or not, these carved turnips are thought to serve a practical purpose. It is thought that on Halloween night, the veil between life and death is thin, and the spirits walk to earth, many with ill intent. These turnips are carved into grotesque faces and lit as lanterns to ward off any spirits that would do harm to the living. The Fear Gorta. The Fear Gorta, literally a man of hunger, is a type of apparition that is linked to the Great Famine. Though there are alternate accounts that consider it an omen of further famines to come. Taking the form of a starving person, the Fear Gorta is a spirit of hunger who will follow people to ask for food. Should it catch its prey, it will not hesitate to consume them to satisfy its hunger. Always unsuccessful in quenching its hunger, it then seeks out a new victim. Gnarly. Washerwoman, like the one we ran into at the beginning of the game. The washerwoman, or the being nigh, is an instance of the other folk providing unwelcome news without exhibiting aggression or violence. The apparition is said to appear before battle, where she will be seen washing the bloody armor of those to die, as if they are already dead. Interesting. Okay, I'll give my thoughts on this in a sec. It is said she appears at battlegrounds as she feeds off of grief. Perhaps this is why she shows visions of those to die. So, the interesting thing that we found. Apparition said to appear before battle where she will be seen washing the bloody armor of those to die, as if they are already dead. The interesting thing about this is we found her washing a dress. And what is a dress if not armor of somebody, in a courtly situation or in a societal situation where they wish to present themselves as being well-to-do and, more important potentially. And the fact that she was washing this dress implies that somebody is potentially going to die, unless potentially, I guess we could do something to change that. That's interesting. I like this. This is a cool detail. Doesn't bode well for Ms. Dean, though. Accounts from across the globe as to the key events and figures through it all recorded time. We'll look at Cromwell. Instrumental in the execution of King Charles I in the brief period in which England became a commonwealth in the 1600s. Even in his homeland, Cromwell was a controversial... Oh boy, hello. Even in his homeland, Cromwell was a controversial figure, infamous for his ban on the celebration of Christmas, among many such joyful activities, as they were thought to distract from the worship of God. Yeah, he was a crackpot. While widely disliked in England, his legacy in Ireland is significantly darker and more bloody. In what became known as the Cromwellian conquest, Cromwell led what amounted to a massacre across Ireland in the form of a conquest. He spared no quarter, going so far as to order the deaths of even those who had sheltered in churches, such as in the siege of Drogheda. Yeah, he was a real dickbird, to put it lightly. A catalog of events throughout Ireland's past, studies on its people, and census data is found here. Whoa! Hey, Tyosalot. That's right, I had to think about that for a sec. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome in, welcome in. And oh no, cat, don't touch that. My cat almost jumped on my keyboard. I hope that you're having a great weekend, and I hope this is a chill start to it. How you doing? Have you seen this game played before, or do you know anything about it, Ty? Or do you prefer going by Ocelot? Just let me know. Do not, little man, do not try to eat my food. Huh. Oh, this is the criminal in question. He's very cute. Yeah, we're talking about you, dummy. There we go. I gotta figure out how to, I don't think my alerts are set up very well right now. I gotta do some overhauling on that. I'm in the middle of trying to write an app to manage it all locally, because I don't believe that Stream Elements is necessarily going to be a good provider of alert behavior in the future, or at least not one I want to trust my data with. And obviously the Twitch one only works on Twitch, and I stream to YouTube as well, so. Anyway, it's also kind of a fun side project, so. Right. Is there anything I want to look up? The Great Famine. It's less than 50 years since the Great Hunger that lasted from 45 to 52. A blight wiped out the potato crops. Most of the population relied on that to survive, as the English rule exported every other resource from the country. Peas, beans, rabbits, fish, honey, and more. How about StreamerBot? I don't know if StreamerBot has the best interface to manage alerts specifically. Like, I could set it up in StreamerBot, but my idea is I'm going to build this kind of platform agnostic alerting interface that provides alerts as a browser source overlay. And eventually I want to update it to provide a bunch of different, overlay elements that can be useful. And provide management for alerts. That is something that's a little bit more, it provides more native support than StreamerBot would, but I do want it to integrate with StreamerBot. So, if I choose StreamerBot as a source of events to alert on, then, that means that all my alerts are coming from one place. I don't have to integrate to several different platforms, and the alerts are all triggered off of the same event source, essentially. So that is essentially the plan. But I don't know. I would have to maybe look at StreamerBot again to see if there's a better way to manage setting up alerts in StreamerBot. But I wanted it to kind of be an easier to manage thing with a nice UI and such. Good coffee. Yeah, so the English kind of sucked in terms of their management of Ireland. It was extremely oppressive. And, the Great Famine was only really a famine because England essentially stole all of the resources from the Irish. Like, it would not have been, it was essentially a manufactured kind of a genocide. On top of this, the English corn laws blocked the import of any other grain, despite the obvious need for relief. The full loss of life from this period is yet unknown, but deaths are estimated to be around 1 million, with another million fleeing the country on coffin ships bound for America, Canada, Australia, and more. Anyone surviving something like that can't but have deep scars. My own parents refused to talk of it and grew dark when it was mentioned. It is unknown how long it will take the country to recover. Yeah, it was rough. Fuck the Irish, or excuse me. Oh no, not the Irish. Fuck the English in this time period. the Irish were extremely oppressed. I definitely said the wrong. Oh no! Hopefully nobody clips that out of context. No, 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 Yoren, you son of a bitch. Oh no. I meant the English. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh, that's bad. Holy shit. Oh, gods. Okay, I have been rebooked because the weather is gnarly, which is fair. Slurp, slurp, thank you. So I don't even have to clip and ship. Oh shit. Oh boy. I don't have to stop anymore, which is great. I don't have to worry about somebody coming by because it's raining out and they've decided to rebook me, which is completely fair. I would not ask anybody to stand out in the rain for me. Standing stones or menhir are large, deliberately placed stones found around the world, but especially in Ireland. There's no consensus on the purpose of standing stone. There are no records detailing it, nor any surviving traditions that can be reliably traced. Fuck the oppressed. Oh no. However, there are several theories as to their purpose. The most commonly held would posit that they mark the boundaries of... Jesus Christ, my cat just like jumps straight up. What the fuck is going on? Are you good, bud? Sometimes cat... Okay, normally this happens in like the witching hour, but sometimes cats just kind of go crazy and start freaking out and running around like a madman. But it's not the witching hour. He just decided. Right. I have other things to talk about when it comes to menhirs, but we'll cover that in a sec. Or they had ritual significance to old druidic religion. Some menhir, clochfada maybe, in the Irish tongue, are found to be I wish there was a way to know how to pronounce this. Are found to be inscribed with a long forgotten and therefore indiscernible language. So menhir just make me think of Asterix and Obelix, which is a French comic originally, I believe, created by a French cartoonist. But it's all about the Gauls, essentially the equivalent of the French, I guess the French natives, for lack of a better description, the folks who initially inhabited France during the era of, you know, Roman expansion through Europe, and their kind of fight back against the Roman soldiers who were looking to conquer their territory. And it's all about the adventures or misadventures of the titular Asterix and Obelix, who are, again, these just like little, well, not little, I mean, Asterix is this kind of relatively diminutive warrior and adventurer, and Obelix is his massively oversized friend, and they have this like magic potion that their druid cooks up for them that makes them turbo strong, and so they just like run into battle with the legionnaires and beat the shit out of them, which it just ends up being very silly whenever it happens. But long story short, Obelix helps to carve menhirs, and I think he just does it by hand. And they're referenced and used in a number of the comics just as, you know, either background decoration, or I think sometimes they may even be relevant to the plot. But yeah, it's a great comic series. My wife and I want to own all of Asterix and Obelix and Tintin, because they are both of us read them when we were kids, at like cottages or people's houses and such, and have such fond memories of them. And I think for the most part, Asterix and Obelix is not as problematic as Tintin, because it tends to be mostly focused on the conflicts between the Gauls and the Romans. But Tintin is a very world traveling comic, and that it's set kind of all over the place, and there's some extremely problematic representations of folks from different countries, in particular, especially in like African countries, and anywhere where they're like there's quote unquote a native people or indigenous people portrayed. Usually it's not great, and I'm sure it's probably not great in Asia either. I'm sure Orientalism was kind of the primary mode of presenting their culture at that point. No, just buddy, come on, don't touch that. Stay away, get out of here, little rat. But those things notwithstanding, obviously a product of the era, the comics are brilliant. Out of here. Okay, we've looked at a research desk. This will be useful if I want to look anything up. Okay, maybe I can look everything up there. I'm not sure. Spiritualism. We already did folklore. A mix of guides on spiritual matters, guides for making contact, and a record of supposedly real encounters with the afterlife. Oh shit, we got lots to look up. Okay. Look up the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Hogged. To the layperson, not much is known about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, henceforth the Golden Dawn. It is a secret magical society founded in England, although it is rumored to have further branches. Reportedly, the Golden Dawn's focus is on divine magic and spiritual development though the specifics of this are unknown. Despite the Golden Dawn's enigmatic nature, its members may be recognized by its symbol. A Latin cross with a rose in its center and a pentagram and several alchemical symbols on each arm. Okay, so it's not really the same thing, but it reminds me a lot. I used to play an MMO back in the day called The Secret World, which was written by the same guy who wrote The Longest Journey and some of its follow-ups, I believe, which was a series of like kind of adventure games from the 90s, I think. But anyway, The Secret World was an awesome MMO for several reasons, in my opinion. It was a set in modern day, and so there was like guns in addition to other types of weapons, but the way that the battle system worked initially, or at least in the original version of the game, which in my opinion was far superior to The Secret World Legends, which was kind of like a relaunch that happened later. The way that classes worked, it was essentially a classless system, but you could buy skills in different weapons and different passive skills and different active skills, and essentially build like a deck. And all of the abilities had different keywords, like you might find in a deck building game or a deck construction game. And so you would build out your deck of abilities, both again passive and active abilities, to build up synergies between the different keywords and ultimately produce a viable build. And you could lean into I don't know, with a hammer and shotgun. Maybe the hammer causes stuns, and then you can use the shotgun to capitalize on stuns to do extra damage, or something like that. There was a lot of different synergies, and it was such a cool system. I loved it. Unfortunately, and also you could swap your weapons whenever you wanted. So it was all just really nice. They changed that in the relaunch to be kind of more basic. You just level up a weapon and you can only use the skills from that weapon. So it made presumably balance a little bit more easy, but it just took a lot of the interesting teeth out of the system. But the other reason the game is so incredible, in my opinion, is that the quests in the game, some of them are just like your standard kill 10 zombies or whatever, or go to this place. But then a large number of quests in the game were extremely involved. So you would have to go to investigate a car. You'd find a laptop. The laptop would have it would have a password or like an account that you'd have to log into, but there's nothing in the game that shows you the password. However, in the game there is a browser. There's a browser you can use to access the internet. You could also just access the internet from your own browser, but it was baked into the game that you could access the real internet through the browser. And the reason this is important, because some clues in the game would lead you to very real websites created by the devs that you could find further information. So there was like a bit of an ARG element to the game. And the quest puzzles were quite involved and really, really interesting. And some of them were quite challenging too. Like it took a lot of brain juice to squeeze out and work through. Fantastic game. I maybe I'll check it out again, see if it still exists in any sort of meaningful capacity. Because I think the quests were largely unchanged by moving to the Secret World Legends system. But I think any of the new content that they released after the fact probably was not ported over to the original game. So if I wanted to play any of the continuing story, I would have to play the new version, which is a bummer. Anyway, very, very cool game, just as a random aside. Let's continue. Tarot cards. Originally a type of card deck used for various Italian games, the tarot card was later adopted by the French for use in divination or cartomancy. This being a publication unconcerned with such mundane issues as simple card games, we will disregard the traditional use for its magical cousin. A tarot deck consists of 78 cards and 2 arcana, the 21 major arcana being face cards and the minor arcana being suits. The minor arcana is divided into 4 suits: wands, swords, cups, and coins, and consists of cards of numbers 1 to 10 and 4 court cards. Each major arcana has a specific meaning, as does every suit and its cards therein, and every card has another meaning again if drawn in the reversed position. Tarot cards are to be drawn one by one in formation and read with consideration of their individual meaning and their position in the draw. They are typically consulted in matters of love and fortune, but can be asked a great many things, and in general are favored for their versatility. Seances. A seance is a ritual used to speak with the dead, typically hosted by a spirit medium, but attended and aided by a number of guests. A spirit is called upon by the medium and asked questions. It will then answer them through physical means, such as moving a glass on a board, through audible means, such as knocking, or if one is so lucky, by the possession of one of those at the table. In this case, the spirit is frequently able to articulate itself better, although some may find it to be a distressing sight. Seances are typically used by still living loved ones to speak to those they have lost, or to divine secrets known only to the dead. Ghosts. There is much debate over the true nature of ghosts, even their existence in the first place. But there are 2 major prevailing theories. The first is that a ghost is a remnant of a person, a soul, that for whatever reason has not passed on. This sort of ghost is typically attributed to the need for some desire of the soul, or the person it was, to be sated, be it revenge, ambition, or love. In a similar vein, they frequently cling to some object or place of importance, unable to complete whatever business holds them in their new state. A secondary, less discussed, but widely credited theory of the cause of apparitions is the manifestation of emotion or trauma. In this theory, it is thought that human beings are capable of imparting such emotion that it forever affects the location that witnesses it. In these cases, it is not the spirit itself that haunts a place, but the event, typically a harrowing death imprinting itself upon a space. These theories are not exclusive and could very well exist alongside each other. Such is the prevalence of spirits that it seems unlikely both are not true. And finally, mystics. There exist among us certain people predisposed to sensing and invoking the ebb and flow of the spiritual world and its denizens. These people, often called mystics, as indeed I will refer to them here, possess a unique capability. They are able to sense the supernatural and otherworldly, and in doing so provide means of communication with it, often using themselves as the go-between. This is the most commonly achieved by invoking a trance or otherwise altered state through spell, prayer, or ritual, and inviting either a spirit or higher power or denizen from another world to speak through them. Okay, we are getting educated. Is this all religion? Yes. There's religion, and then there is Blake history. I don't think religion will have anything for us right now, but we'll see. Oh, it might do, actually. Copies of the Bible sit here with core texts of other faiths. It is interesting to see this so openly displayed. To some, this would be blasphemy. Is there anything I want to look up? Oh, there's a bunch. Oh boy. Look up the Resurrectrix. Resurrectix? Resurrectix. Huh. Where a crucifix depicts Jesus Christ in his crucifixion, and so speaks to his sacrifice and the forgiveness bestowed upon humanity for it, a resurrectix is the crucifix's counterpart, the cross upon which Jesus was crucified with no depiction of the Lord upon it. The resurrectix, then, is an empty cross, the Lord having departed, and in this signifies hope, eternal life, and triumph over death. Okay, I've never heard of that before. Look up Celtic religious symbols. There are a number of designs synonymous with Celtic culture and spirituality. I list a few here. The triskelion, 3 spirals joined together at their outermost points and the center of the design, thought to represent the spiritual world, the spirit world, and the afterlife, or alternatively, birth, life, and death. The triquetra, an ancient symbol of a tri-pointed endless knot, now understood to represent the Holy Trinity. Good old Christianity, stealing ideas from pagan religions since its inception. Oh. Huh? Who's at the doorbell and why? Okay, one sec, guys. I don't know who this is. I'll have to go check. I'll be right back. I am back. I think it was somebody trying to sell me something, and so I did not answer the door. Excuse me. That is the blessing of having a camera at the front door. You get to see folks who want to take my time, and I can disallow it. The Dara knot, a complicated square knot with an end, associated with St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. The Dara knot is a symbol of unity and peace. The Celtic cross is distinguished from the Latin cross by the circle or nimbus around its intersection. The formation is attributed to Ireland, France, and Great Britain, and it gained prominence in medieval art. Its designation as the Celtic cross is relatively recent, perhaps reflective of its historic use among Irish missionaries. Samhain, not pronounced like that, approximately pronounced Samhain, is a Gaelic festival. I did not know that. Samhain is a Gaelic festival traditionally occurring on the 1st of November, toward the end of the harvest season and at the beginning of winter. Believed to be born of pagan tradition, the festival represents a time in the year where the boundaries between the mundane world and the other world would weaken. And as such, many traditions associated with the festival are thought to be protective, to ward away the spirits that would otherwise broach the boundary and cause living harm. During this time, spirits were to be appeased with offerings of food and drink, so that they would leave the living in peace throughout the rest of the year. While much of the knowledge of sites of religious significance are to the pre-Christian pagans has been lost, there are several that have been identified across the country. Stone circles apparently constructed for ritual purpose abound, and whoops, hold on. And burial sites, such as those found in Newgrange, suggest a reverence for the movements of the heavens. Some old sacred sites seem to have been co-opted into modern tradition, as there remains a tradition of lone oak trees being best left undisturbed so as to not upset otherworldly spirits. A superstition which does not hold the same prevalence and longevity in the other parts of the United Kingdom. Okay. Blake history. There may be a bunch to read here too. A section on the Blake family, their lineages, and their lands. Blake family. Originally of the English Blakes, the branch of the family now resident in Ireland's Connacht region, are descendants of the illustrious war veteran Edward Blake, who served during the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland. Ooh. Love that. So he was a genocider. I never asked what's the point of this game. I say that enjoying all this history. So we are here to investigate a missing woman. We don't know where she's gone. We don't know why she's missing, but we do know that she is missing under potentially nefarious circumstances. There was a letter that was ostensibly left by her for the front desk to say she was checking out and leaving, but we have since determined that the person who wrote that letter was not, in fact, the person who was missing, Ms. Dean. And we have also come to know that during the next couple days, there will be a grand seance performed here. And we've also seen some ghosts and such kind of in the area, some weird, unexplained stuff. So the main objective right now is to determine where Ms. Dean has gone and who the culprit of her disappearance is. But then there may be, no, Merlin, come on, buddy. But there may be some other stuff we have to look into as well. All of this reading is largely unrelated to the plot, other than it may give me some additional context, or there may be some clues. But as we'll see in a sec, there's a couple of readings that we can do that have time costs, and I suspect those are the ones that are kind of more relevant. And the rest of this is just for interest's sake. But yeah, it's mostly to solve the mystery of her disappearance, I believe, at this stage. In reward for his service and valor, Blake was rewarded some of the seized land on which he built the manor now known as Blake Manor. While there are, it must be admitted, a number of ghoulish tales about Edward Blake and the subsequent family line, these should not be paid heed, for surely they indicate nothing more than superstition and occasional local unrest. Nothing could be wrong with somebody who came in and fucking slaughtered a bunch of Irish folk and then told us took their land. Surely ghoulish tales about him couldn't be true. So Percival, Mary, and Wilhelmina are all kind of relevant to our stuff here. I think Percival and Mary are, I'm trying to remember how they factor in. I think Percival caught Mary with someone else and then slaughtered them both. And so there's like a murder involving these two. And then Wilhelmina, I believe, was Walter's wife, mother of Jonathan Blake, and she died due to an illness. I know how you feel about the Scottish, but how about the Irish? No, it was the other way around, I think. I said fuck the Irish, not the Scottish. I know how you feel about the but I technically speaking am descended from, I think, Irish monarchy, which is nothing special, obviously, because I'm sure a lot of people can say that. But I believe that my mother traced our lineage back to Irish monarchy and Scottish clans, and I'm sure some folks in England as well. So, you know, I'm a melting pot of UK and Irish descendant lineage, I guess. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun to say. Hopefully one of the less awful ones, although that's probably not likely. Let's look at Walter Blake. There's nothing here about Walter yet. Fair enough, he's not dead. Jonathan Blake, the current Marquess of Doon and 9th person to hold the title. The title was passed down to him by Richard Blake, son of William Blake. William Blake was said to be a stern and ruthless man who would do anything for the betterment of his family. Richard Blake's, maybe I'm misremembering some stuff. Richard Blake's was considered quite the opposite. His interests kept him from the manor, and a few years after his passing in Paris, Jonathan Blake opened the grounds as a hotel to help revitalize the lands post-famine. Not much else is recorded about him. He does not seem to have undertaken many other exploits. It could be that maybe Jonathan Blake is Wilhelmina's husband. Wilhelmina August Blake was born 1788 to Thomas Blake, the 6th Marquess of Doon. She disappeared without a trace on the night of October 29th, 1828. Okay, I'm thinking of something totally different. She had a passion for music from an early age and was often called upon to entertain her father's guests with piano recitals in the drawing room. In the months leading to her disappearance, she developed a keen interest in Egyptology after her uncle, Lord Barnard Blake, gifted her an ancient vase he recovered during an expedition in Giza. The vase disappeared on the same night as Lady Blake. After she vanished, her younger sister Elizabeth experienced episodes of melancholy and would roam the grounds searching for Wilhelmina, adamant that she had never left Blake Manor. No body was ever found for Wilhelmina, and so her final whereabouts and fate remain unknown. And we have enough time, so I think we're going to check out both of these. We have to be somewhere at 11:10, I believe. Percival Blake became the Marquess of Doon at the age of 19 when his father, Reynard, died of food poisoning. Oof, nasty way to go. This was in 1739. He ruled through the Great Freeze, the year of slaughter, the Jacobite Rising. Oh, fuck. He ruled through the Great Freeze, the year of the slaughter, Jacobite Rising, until he drowned in the tsunami of 1755 at the age of 40. God damn. Percival had a rough life. I see some annotations that suggest he didn't drown in the tsunami, more that he was drowned during it. It seems he was not popular with the people around him. In 1744, a scullery maid went missing. Rumors suggested she had rejected advances he made. Her fiancé came from a nearby village to find her, and he too wasn't heard from again. Various notes are added from different periods that say staff believed he walled them up alive. One note says they can still be heard sobbing for one another through the darker months. Despite this gruesome reputation, a portrait of him still resides in the tower. Okay, good to know. Mary Blake. After her marriage to Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon, in 1881. Okay, so Mary Blake is the recent one I was thinking of. After her marriage to Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon, in 1881, she gained the title of Marchioness. Marchioness Blake established the Blake Foundation in 1890. Through the foundation, the Marchioness constructed and funded several orphanages, ragged schools, and widows' almhouses in impoverished rural towns and villages across Connacht. Get good, Percival. The Marchioness committed much of the Blake fortune to the foundation and organized fundraising events across Ireland and Great Britain. She spent her free time teaching English in one of the foundation's local schools and privately funded the university education of over 40 pupils. Damn. Sounds like she was a good dude. Marchioness Blake took up a position of philanthropist and charity worker, acting as a pillar of her community and the very image of a God-fearing woman until her death in 1894. Damn. Okay, so I think, okay, so I guess this is all the stuff that we have read? Maybe we could have just come here to find stuff that we wanted to read. I don't know. There's little interest to me in here. Okay, fair enough. There doesn't appear to be anything at the research desk that we need either. So we did find, where was it? Mysteries. There's a couple of things we could potentially look into. Oops. Hello? Investigate. Okay, we can actually look at this now. Oh boy. So this is all the stuff that we've found out about Olivia Darcy. She is annoyed about the event. Apparently not me. She was married. She had a brooch. Potentially stolen from her husband, given that it's explicitly calling it as less dainty. She had a child, although the child was miscarried. She has a room key, which we stole it. The medical certificate, which is indicative of the miscarriage. A poison. Romantic correspondence between Mr. Darcy and his mistress, who turned out to be Miss Dean. Which was a bit of a scandalous discovery. Olivia Darcy's goal is to something for the something that occurred while she's something. Let's make a hypothesis. Okay. Is to murder Miss Dean as revenge for the affair that occurred while she miscarried. The butler did it.
Mrs. Darcy wants to murder Miss Dean. I should find and confront her about this.
I should find and confront her about this. We'll take a look at this woman, but we don't have much time, so I can't get too caught up here. Research, conduct industry, okay. Mysteries of the West. All right, let's just take a look at her. Scars on hands and face, multiple scars, as if she suffered several different accidents and injuries. Pen in pocket. If its varnish is worn around the grip, she uses it often and probably for long periods of time. A striking brooch worn around the collar. Okay, E. What is E? Confront. All right. Let's talk to her first.
If you'd hold a moment, I'm just looking for something.
Are you all right, miss?
Fine. Just looking for a book. I know I had it just a few days ago, but now it's nowhere to be found. Without it, damn it! I'm at a dead end. Would you tell me if you see it? It's a book on local land records from late last century. It has to be around here somewhere, unless another guest's taken it.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. We gotta find her book. Blake. I don't think that there was anything else here. We've already kind of looked at all this stuff. Right. I think that it is time for us to head toward the talk, which will give us some more, I suppose, history of the area, although it may be in conflict with some of the research that we did, depending on how swimmingly, I suppose, they want to present their family history. Right. So, this is The History of Blake Manor by Marquess Blake. And doors will, to talk will close at 10 minutes past the hour. So, good thing I'm here just before.
Welcome, all of you, to my home. I am Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon, Lord of this manor, and all the land that can be seen from it. I've been asked to speak with you about the house and its history, which dates back to 1652.
We're going to stay and listen.
My ancestor, Edward Blake, was granted this land in the winter of 1651. The following summer, work began on the castle that, in turn, became this manor. The building has been expanded many times over since then, and you would be hard-pressed to tell the original building and the additions apart.
I'm looking forward to looking at this map. I think this will be very useful.
But the main compound is roughly expanded to 5 times its original size. This is not counting the basement, which was added in the late 1700s.
I don't know how common basements were back then. That's interesting. I don't know much about it.
Of course, the Great Famine was hard on much of Ireland, and we were no exception. Those were hard years on the land and our family. My father sold much of the estate and made some daring investments across Europe.
Oh my.
They did not pay off. And so, when I was of age and title, I turned the manor into a hotel. What remains of the land is still farmed or forested, of course. You, sir, a question.
Thank you, Marquess. Not to turn things gruesome, but is it true what they say about the walled-up rooms?
Not to turn things gruesome, but are there any gross murders that happened?
Spending too much time digging around in our library, eh, Mr. Scarrett? Certainly, it is rumored that Percival Blake bricked away 2 young lovers for angering him. Set across from one another, so they could hear each other's final days.
Grim.
That said, no such chambers were found, nor records of work being done that matched the timing. It is true that a young couple did indeed vanish with no record, but that wasn't uncommon for that era. Over the years, some staff, and yes, even guests, have reported hearing sobs from a young woman in the east of the manor. But given the lack of evidence, these are likely flights of fancy.
I mean, we did find a room that appeared to just be missing outright, so there's something weird going on here.
As such, we continue to display a portrait of Percival Blake. That said, I did have it moved from the main halls on the staff's request. Now it is in one of the towers, though I can't recall which.
I think it was said to be the East Tower, which is interesting that they're calling it specifically when we did our research, but here he's saying he doesn't recall. So it kind of, to me, indicates we should go take a look at that paint.
Thank you, Marquis. Any more tragic deaths to share?
All death is tragic, Mrs. Darcy. I'm not sure this place has any more tragedy than any other family in this land.
Then why all the ghost stories? I don't think we all gathered here for no reason.
That's perhaps a better question for Miss Mantovani. No more questions? Okay, let us conclude then. Thank you all for your time. I shall take my leave. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay here at Blake Manor.
I don't know that we got that much out of that conversation, to be honest, but I guess we'll see if there's any notifications that we can follow up with. Interesting. Okay. Excuse me. Dr. Callahan. Okay, this is the guy we could have asked about the medical code. I don't think that we need to at this stage. We do want to... Shoot, oh, did they put away the... They did. They put away the friggin' chalkboard. Irritating. There's nothing written on it. It's been thoroughly cleaned. Yeah, that's... Okay, what should we do here? I think I want to inspect or analyze everybody. Then we can go from there. Yeah, it's a Celtic cross, unusual cross. His Resurrectix looks different than any I've seen. I wonder why. He does not look well. Strange Bible. A Bible, but not one that I recognize. His scarring looks as if he's seen some sort of combat. Okay. How about you? Oh, Mr. Toussaint we've talked to before. This guy I think is new. Mr. Scarrett. How you doing, old man? Mysterious crest on necktie. He's wearing a crest pinned to his necktie, but I don't recognize it. He's not leaning on it. It's just for show. Okay. Ornamental pain. Cigar stains. There's a strong smell of cigars on the man's breath, and his mustache is stained with them. Gross. Stinky old man. Okay. This one is looking, I guess it looks normal. The other one looked a little different and had like dots on it. It almost looks something could have been pinned into it. So I guess we'll have to figure that out. Do I partake in cigars, Jans? Not frequently, certainly. I've had a couple in my day, but it's not something that I go to my way for. The last time I had one, when would it have been? I think it was in university. I seem to recall enjoying it right up until I started to vomit. Because I think I had just had too much, and the tobacco, like effectively the tobacco overdose for somebody who's unused to nicotine, I guess, made me feel sick. But before that, it was just me, you know, nicely kind of relaxing, enjoying the cigar and a tumbler of scotch. I don't think I have anything against it. Just the description of it, staining his mustache was kind of gnarly. Oh, here we go. Raw hands. His hands are red raw with a subtle but unmistakable smell of a modern doctor. Okay, so I guess he's been really melting his fingies away. I don't too much myself, just every once in a while. Yeah, exactly. One of my buddies who's sometimes in the channel here, Rich, is a fan of a cigar. Not as a frequent thing, of course, just kind of a once in a while treat. Let's talk to Mrs. Darcy here. We have to confront her about
you come back to me.
The murder situation. Okay, we got ads coming in a couple minutes. Actually, sorry, we're gonna save before I do anything too foolish.
Mr. Ward.
Yeah, let's have a confrontation, shall we? Your goal is to murder Miss Dean as revenge for the affair that occurred while you miscarried.
What a dark horse you are, Mr. Ward. But for what purpose? Why go to all this trouble? Would you mock me? Or do you mean something worthwhile by it? I confess. I killed my husband. I did. It seemed to me there was nothing else I could do.
Yeah, I didn't ask you about your husband specifically. I mean, I don't really care one way or another, but it's, I guess, good to know that you were capable of that?
Everything he put me through. I saw nothing but red until he was cold in the ground. And then I thought...
Oops, shit. Oh, fuck. And then I thought... It wasn't only him who wronged me. There was the woman, too, who had caught his attention. He must have known, or Evelyn Dean. But yes, I came here under his name, intent on finding her. To this forsaken backwater on the west coast of nowhere. To do something terrible to her. But now, well, I don't think I wish as much vengeance as I thought. But since I've been here, I didn't really believe in ghosts and magic before all this, you know. But I'll tell you this, I do now. My husband is haunting me. I don't want vengeance, but I do want to be rid of him. And maybe he'll be content if he has her for company, if that's what it takes. There's no need to resort to such things, Mrs. Darcy. Let me see if I can do something about your husband. Chance would be a damn fine thing. Okay. Action unlocked. Act on Olivia Darcy? Huh? Okay, we got ads coming up in about 45 seconds, folks. So we'll probably take a little pause there, and we'll make sure you don't miss anything. Okay, we did confront her. We can act. Mrs. Darcy came to the event planning to take revenge on Miss Dean for the affair she had with her husband. While her venom is faded, her husband's ghost is compelling her to go through with it. If I can resolve the haunting, then Mrs. Darcy would have no reason to harm Miss Dean. How am I meant to learn how to exorcise a ghost? Intriguing. Okay, plenty of folks to talk to still, and not plenty of time to do it in. Okay, let's... Ooh, spirit camera. A camera with a strange attachment on the front with an engraving that says Spirit Lens. Okay. Sure. Alrighty, there's the ads, folks. So, pause. This game so far has been delightful. I really love the setting and all the kind of unique characters that have been presented so far. I don't know where the story is going, which is exciting. You know, I ostensibly we're looking for Miss Dean and whoever disappeared her, but we don't know really anything about why somebody would want, like, we know there's a couple of people who had motive to want to hurt her in some fashion, but it doesn't seem like either one of them has, first of all, carried that out yet, and second of all, the two people we've found out having thoughts about this. Where and what are ads? Well, you, my friend, are an intelligent person, a man of will and panache, shall we say, and have made the decision to support your friendly local streamer, who is neither local nor necessarily all that friendly sometimes. But yes, for the unfortunate souls who do not have subscreen or Twitch Prime or what have you, they are relegated to purgatory, the purgatory of ads. I watched so many folks that Twitch Prime was, or Twitch Turbo, I should say. Twitch Turbo was kind of a necessity. But I still try to sub where I can, because that's what I do. In the meanwhile, I'm going to look at my fish and see how they're getting along. And by fish, I mean fish. Poor unfortunate souls, yes. Truly, it is a dark day when one must be witness to ads on a platform such as this. Dark, dark day. It is kind of crazy, like for Twitch that is like a free service. I kind of understand why there's ads. Not I kind of understand. I totally understand why there's ads. Like otherwise they don't have a business model. Doesn't really make sense. For paid services like Netflix to have ads come in and interrupt your viewing experience, that's just so fucking egregious to me. I find that reprehensible. That's something that they've added over the years. And it's, you know, the same thing happened with cable TV, I think, originally. You know, there wasn't intended to be ads if you're paying for television to begin with, but you know, they at some point added ads as a necessity, I guess, just to keep things going, even though you're already paying for it. It's just crazy. Like, why the hell would I pay for watching ads? That's just not, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this is why I don't subscribe to any fucking streaming services these days, because like I refuse to pay up for the like 10 different services I would need to keep on top of the stuff I want to watch. So I just don't watch. It's kind of sucks, but it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. All right, folks, we are out of ads, I believe. I'm just managing my fish here so I can make some more money. And that's what it's all about, right? If I ain't making fish money, what am I making? Nothing of value. Fish money is where it's at. The only thing that matters in life. Right. All right. Let's back. But it's I'm mostly just being goofy vibes. I have an idle game called Fish to Dish Idle Sushi, which is like it's not even a full screen game. It's just like a bottom screen bar with the game that plays, and it's just like a dude who fishes. It's like so uninteresting. But I've been playing it lately as just something to do for some reason, and it's fine. It's really not that interesting, to be honest. Like the numbers go up slightly, but it's not like I'm watching anything go crazy. So, you know, in these idle games or like these clicker games, some of the fun is watching number go up, but then some of the fun is also watching number go up in like increasingly spectacular ways, where, you know, there's bigger and bigger like explosions and shit going on the screen, and so it kind of gets the dopamine going. This doesn't have that. It's just like a chill dude fishing, and that's really all it is. It's fine. Would I suggest that you play it? No, I don't think it's that interesting. It's not bad. It's just kind of like, yep, there it is. That's fish. All right, let's get into the game again, folks. We've done enough. We've done enough fish mongering for now. Okay, who do we want to talk to? I think I want to talk to this guy. So we haven't spoken to him at all yet.
Oh, a new face. You're a little late, but you haven't missed the main event at least. Who might you be?
My name is Declan Ward. Pleased to meet you, Mr.
Doctor, as it happens, Dr. Rory Callahan.
Rory.
Pleased to meet you too. And yes, before you ask, I am related to Thea Callahan.
Yeah.
Her nephew and apprentice.
Apprentice? Was she a doctor as well?
But I've taken what she's taught me and improved it through the application of science.
She was not.
And this weekend, I will prove the value of my approach, once and for all.
Interesting. Okay. So we've a shitload of stuff that we could talk to them about. Maybe we'll talk to him about this, because she mentioned science. What do you make of that odd device in the atrium? That was a terrible accent, folks. Now that is the thing. I've been studying it. The readings have been growing as we draw nearer to the seance. The veil thinning? Maybe. But for that, I would have expected a steady grow, one that only peaked on the 31st. No, this is climbed by ones and twos. My theory is that its increases are linked to guest arrivals. And I should note that it finally filled the night you arrived. Oh, maybe this is the thing he brought. I've seen one of these before, at a fair. A camera, I believe? A good eye, Mr. Ward, and only partially wrong. It is a camera, yes, but one modified to work as a spirit camera. Well, I modified it to work better as one. Any camera in the right circumstances can capture spirit, of course. But my lens filters the image through a complex geometry made of peridot, selenite, black tourmaline, labradorite, lapis lazuli, and clear quartz stones to both bring out the spirit and protect against it. I thought, what better place to really put this device to the test than here? These walls, and I dare say, the people here, are likely crawling with spirits. I've even set up a dark room in my quarters so I can quickly develop images. This way, people can take away a copy should they wish. Would you care for a picture? See who or what haunts you? Ha! Sure. Excellent. Come. In my room, I have everything needed to take and develop your picture quickly. Lead the way. Good. Alright. Well, guess we're moving on. Wasn't exactly what I intended.
Are you ready? Comfortable?
Yes, I think I am.
Then sit still and look at the camera. And we're done. It'll
Was it?
take me a few minutes to develop it.
I thought I would have had to sit longer than that. Oh, fuck! Thank you. Appreciate you. You didn't really miss that much. Who is this?
Please, Doctor. If you mean to make a fool of me, you have gone too far.
This is no prank. Whoever that spirit is.
Eamon. My brother. Eamon.
Huh.
Eamon is with you, in a way. I should be clear. You are Catholic, yes? This is not to say that your brother isn't in heaven. Perhaps a way to explain it is to think of him as a guardian angel. But in truth, we don't know. Look there, at Miss MacLeod. No spirits. It's not that there is no loss in her life. So why?
I think I get a better view of those beautiful blue eyes. Well, thank you kindly. Appreciate that. Anytime for you vibes, just ask.
Nobody has been able to really explain things like this. That is why this event and Miss Mantovani's promises draw so many. Here. Take a copy. And with it, take solace that your brother is watching over you.
Thank you, Doctor. This means a lot to me. I can see why you champion these newer ways.
Dr. Callahan doesn't seem concerned that Eamon is watching over me. Is he watching over me, or is he haunting me? Dr. Callahan would be so sure Eamon was a guardian angel if he knew what had happened. Perhaps not. Okay. Intriguing. Okay, we got a lot of interesting photos to look at here. This is the one of Miss Dean, it seems. So he may have been the one to take the picture of Miss Dean. Interesting. Is there anything under the bed here? Doesn't look like it. Medium-sized brown boots. So we're trying to get an idea of what every person's foot size kind of looks like, because I suspect we may need to try to identify somebody from a boot print at some point. Lulu, what are you doing, buddy? Yeah. Are you here for your treat finally? Come on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Hello, little Stinky. What are you doing? Okay, we're gonna pause again because the lad is here, and the lad desires treats. No, not those. Those are my treats. Sorry, folks. We'll get back to the game in just a moment. This is important. This is a debt that is owed. Hi. Here. Merlin, you already had somebody. Hello. Doing it? You know, do you not want this, buddy, or what? Come on. There you go. And off he runs. Game schmame, exactly. What importance is a game when there's cats to entreating? There you go. Super rough. How you doing, man? He's gonna solve the mystery. It's not even gonna be close. So simply walk across the keyboard and magically hit the exact. Oh no! Speaking of stepping on the keyboard. There we go. Boys, come on. I know that you like treats, but like, you've both already had several. What's up? Hmm? What's up? Come here. Oh, there we go. Now you want to hang out? What? Why? What is the plan? What is the plan? Hmm? What is the plan? God, I should have been a prophet. That was what, less than a second before I was proof. Yeah, you're in the wrong field whatever you do for a career. You really should have gotten into, you know, divination. Boys, you're like, they're both sitting right in front of me because they want more treats, but like, this is, I can't even touch my friggin' mouse. No, don't walk. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. You're a pair of just walking disasters, I gotta say. Oh, give me the butt some spanks. Yeah. Okay. When did you get on my... Oh my God, what is this? Gross. How do you guys get crap all over the place? What are you doing? Where... Anyway, whatever. It's fine. It's actually the electronics that are in their way. That is actually true. Yeah, the keyboard and the mouse really should have thought better about where they were sitting when the cats came by, you know? No, Sulu. Can you chill? Just a smidge. Nightstand with a book. I don't really care. What is this? Folder. Sure. You wouldn't mind, Mr. Ward. Those are private case files. Okay, well, we'll come back here and snoop when you were somewhere else, my friend. Let's take a look at this photograph. Another photo of Miss Evelyn Dean. She looks more haunted than in the other picture I have. I wonder why. But this confirms for me that the doctor took the photograph I now have. Did he send it to me then, or was it taken from his room? Hey, Vader, how you doing? Good morning. Welcome in. Wait, not good morning. Never mind. Good afternoon. I mean, maybe it's morning for you, but I'm in EST, so it's now 12:32. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? Hopefully it's been pretty chill. Still morning for you? Yeah, okay. Are you over on the West Coast? Pacific time? I assume. Although I guess there's a couple potential Central. Ah, there you go. Central Texas gang. I've heard that it's kind of warm these days. 11:30. Gotcha. How's the weather out there? It's actually kind of miserable today. Up here, it's like raining buckets. It sucks. Oh no, I'm sorry. I cannot stomach hot weather. I'm miserable when it's hot out, so I tend to stay inside during the summer. But fall, spring, and winter, those are my days. It's been a rainy, humid week. Yuck. Does the rain help at all with the warmth, or does it just kind of make everything more oppressive? Because here tends to help like break the heat and the humidity, but I know that's not always the case everywhere. Okay, this is the church. Nothing interesting about that, I suppose. Sometimes it does. Ah, okay, so it's kind of a crapshoot. Love that. Oh my. Person is rather haunted. Image of Mr. O'Meara did not come out so well. Who's Mr. O'Meara? I don't know that I've spoken to them. I always think that summer is my favorite.
If you mean to make a fool of me,
This is no prank.
Eamon.
Eamon is
Okay, we've already had this conversation. Why did this cost me time? Weird. I always think that summer is my favorite season until it's 90 and humid, and I remember that no, actually, fall is the best season in literally every aspect. 100%, man. I could not agree more. I mean, I love the fall. I wear flannel shirts like every stream as kind of my shtick. But that's really just kind of what I wear most days anyway. Flannel or sweater weather is best weather for my tastes. Everybody obviously has their own preferences. Like my dad, for some reason, loves the heat and is just completely happy to be outside in like baking hot temperatures. No, thank you. Yeah, there's not much I would dislike more. Oh. Vader, are you a coffee person? Do you do coffee or do you do tea? I know it can be a divisive topic. Like my wife doesn't do coffee at all. Never has, never liked it. Love coffee? Hell yeah. I was talking earlier about I used to work at a Starbucks and I used to drink a lot of Starbucks coffee. But these days I'm not as big of a fan of it at all. It's been 90 degrees here in California, but now it's 76 today. Oh, that's nice. What is that? Okay, so I can never remember how you convert Celsius to Fahrenheit and vice versa. 76 is, I think you like subtract 31 and divide by 2 or something weird like that. I don't remember. Woke up for some Dunkin' today. You know what's funny? I've never had Dunkin' Donuts. 90 degrees is 32 degrees Celsius. Oof. That's so warm. That's putrid. For my taste, again, like I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum. But like, oh boy, I would, if I went outside in 32 degree weather, I would not last very long. When I was in Paris in 2023, I think it was, for my honeymoon with my wife, and it was like 30 degrees every day, 30 to 35 degree weather the whole time we were there. And it was, I mean, it was an amazing trip. We had a great time, but like, holy gods, was it hot. And every day when we, like, some of the most memorable parts of that trip going to Paris was going and showering at the end of the day, because it was so satisfying after being just, it feels like you're just caked in sweat by the end of the day. And then you get to shower it off, and we bought some soap from like one of the local grocery stores in Paris near the place we were staying. And that soap, actually, we ended up ordering it at home because the scent of that soap was so evocative of this trip that we had, that it was like, you know what, we should have this for home. And so now and again we'll buy it some more, get it. I think somebody in like Montreal or Quebec city, I can't remember which, imports it from France, and so we've bought it from there a couple times. But kind of funny. It's really interesting how related memory can be with sense, like your senses, but also with smells sense in particular. I don't eat there. I only get the coffee. Yeah, I've never been to Dunkin' because I don't even know if we have them in Canada. I think there was some news recently about them potentially getting some franchise rights here again, but I've just never had the experience, the opportunity. It's a yuck for me too. Yeah, that's fair. Again, some people like it, but those people are not me, and not you either, apparently. My friend found out I never had a cup of coffee in my life a couple years ago and immediately made me one, and it was bitter and horrible because he forgot to put sugar or cream in it. He did then, and I went, oh, okay, so it's worse than hot chocolate that keeps you awake. Cool. That's really funny. I've been drinking coffee for like years and years, and I love it, and I drink it black. Whether it's straight espresso when I just want something nice and strong to you know, punch me in the face and get me going, or if I want to like sip on it longer, then I'll lengthen it with some hot water, making an Americano. I went to Paris on a day trip when we took a vacation to London a while ago. If not for the bottled water vendors, I think I may have died because the tap water was undrinkable. To your Great Lakes spoiled tongue. Yeah, the water in Toronto is really good, actually. I've definitely been to other places where the water was less tasty, but something about Toronto water hits just right. It's real good. I hope the people in Texas enjoy coffee over tea. Why? I guess because tea was like a British thing, and obviously, you know, the whole revolution thing maybe have maybe put some folks off tea. Oh, those were two separate things. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I understand. I was like, is there something I'm not realizing about the revolution that stemmed from Texas? I hope that people from Texas enjoy hot weather. Yeah, I mean, if you don't enjoy hot weather, then Texas is probably not the place for you. Although I'm sure that there's other places that are warmer. Yeah, there is. I suspect if we look at this, he'll tell us to fuck off again. So I don't necessarily want to spend too much time talking about this stuff. So that fox looks upsetting. Do we want to talk? Dulu, why are you making me move around, buddy? Are you trying to put me in the fire? Are you trying to be a little stinker and launch me into the fire?
Mr. Ward, what can I do for you?
Also, I tuned in earlier, but got pulled away. What's the situation? Who died? Why do we have Disco Elysium text info? That is a fairly apt description of the side panel, I will say. So, long story short, we are a detective, and we have been summoned to this hotel that we're currently in via an anonymous letter, claiming that there is a woman who has disappeared, and the person who sent the letter thinks it was under nefarious circumstances. So we're here to investigate the disappearance of this woman and try to find out why she's gone missing, who the culprit may be, and we're kind of getting caught up in various other circumstances as we're here. But ultimately, we're trying to find out why Miss Dean has gone missing. And this is just like the conversation text, but sadly, we don't have much in the way of multiple internal dialogues conflicting with one another, because that's just not this type of game. That being said, Esoteric Ebb has that, and it's fantastic, and I'm going to go back to playing that soon, I think, after I finish Saros. And a new game, Zero Parade's or Dead Spies or whatever it's called, from the team or the publisher that made Disco Elysium came out. I have to do a bit more research into the topic to figure out exactly if I want to support the company that has produced this game, because I think some of the people involved are kind of dog shit humans. But I just need to fact check some of that. But the team itself, I think it's reviewed fairly well. I think that the team who made the game, the developers who made the game, and the writers perhaps are not necessarily terrible people, but the publisher perhaps is. So I don't know. I need to do some research. But I do love disco likes. It's kind of become a subgenre. Like there's a couple of different copycats out there that do it to various degrees of competency. I think Esoteric Ebb is a great version, a great implementation. Zero Praise is apparently quite good, and then there's a couple other games that have come out that have been, I think, less good, unfortunately. But anyway, I like the type of writing and the type of internal dialogues that occur, and I like the approach of a game that is largely combatless and mostly about investigating and talking to folks and just seeing what happens based on the build that you have and the way the world responds to you. It's just like a fun experience. All right, let's have a chat with him and talk about this camera, or this picture rather. Do you recognize this photo, this picture? Of course I do. I took it maybe a week ago. Evelyn must have dropped it. You should return it to her. She's not here, right? No? Okay. Timetable. A record of another attendee's movements across it. Why is this important? This one I don't think we really need to discuss because we already kind of know the reason for it. Let's ask him about this. Do you recall which room Miss Dean was staying in? I don't think so. No, if she ever mentioned it, it slipped my mind. Was she in the East Wing? I feel like she wasn't far from where we are. What an odd thing to forget. I don't know that I care about the Celtic Cross. Strange Dreams I probably want to ask him about, though. Famously, the company that made Disco Elysium are a bunch of douchebags, but the writers and developers for the game are cool. So yeah, I've always been pretty able to separate a good piece of art from the people who made it if they suck. Yeah, it's not so much that. Like, I totally agree with you. Like, I love Disco Elysium as a game, as an experience. I think it's fantastic. It's more just like, do I want to financially support the publisher for a good product, even if they are kind of shitty and stole, not necessarily the company, although they did kind of steal the company in some ways, with effectively like an internal hostile takeover. But again, that's more like my understanding of the events. I need to do some more digging into what the exact circumstances were. I don't think that everybody in the situation is perfect necessarily. I don't think there is one good person and one bad person. I think there's shades of gray, as is often the case. And so frankly, I'll likely pick up the game at some point. But that being said, I don't have the bandwidth for it right now. They kicked out the original writers and designers, kept the engine programmers and such, and did another game in that engine. Yeah, but I think it was just a couple of the lead writers. I don't think it was all of them either. Certainly the guy who wrote the world the Disco Elysium is set in, the setting, that was based on, I think, that one dude's like tabletop RPG world that he had created. And so that being stolen from him is just fucking outrageous. And the fact that he can't use his own IP because of, I guess, the way the way it all worked out as far as the business side of things is concerned, it's just kind of fucking crazy. Anyway, not a fun situation for any of them to be in, I'm sure. It's kind of like the same situation with Subnautica 2, and not quite the same situation, but like, the Crafton CEO dipshit looking up how to get out of paying a massive bonus to the original owners of the Subnautica IP, and then failing with the plan is like so funny. Like, what a fucking moron. I don't know if anybody, you know, knows that much about this, but apparently the CEO of Krafton, which is the company that I guess bought the designer or the Subnautica license, or essentially paid to publish it, there was some sort of contract they agreed to that if they managed to release early access and get enough sales, there would be a significant bonus paid out to probably the primary owners of Subnautica IP and the team, but some of that may go to the dev team as well. All this is to say, it was largely thought to be like a massively overvalued bonus and purchase, I think, that Krafton did, and I guess they wanted to try to weasel their way out of paying for this thing that they had contractually agreed to do, even if it wasn't necessarily in their favor. And so this dipshit looked up on ChatGPT how to basically get out of it. And obviously ChatGPT, not being a fucking lawyer, gave him presumably terrible advice, but he still, I think, tried to vet it with some people and then still went through with it. And it blew up in his face. And ultimately courts agreed that it was not legal what he tried to do. And then since Subnautica 2 has released into early access and fucking blown up like crazy, sold a shitload, and people are really enjoying it, broadly speaking. So, and I think Krafton has like lost the license or something like that. I don't think they're necessarily directly involved anymore. Anyway, it's very funny. I find it hilarious. I still need to play the original Subnautica. I never finished it, and then I want to play Subnautica 2. Especially because it has, I think Subnautica 2 has multiplayer, which is really interesting. So I love survival crafting games. I love multiplayer in survival crafting games because while I enjoy survival crafting games, I think they're often so much more fun with friends to play with. There's like, again, it's a great experience by itself. But just like being able to work collaboratively, you almost get to focus more on a particular niche within the crew. Like an example of this is I was playing Abiotic Factor with some buddies, and I focus on like cooking, and so I was the chef. I would cook and deal with like setting up fridges and my ovens and such. And then, you know, somebody else would focus on the crafting side and like do all the building for us. And it's just, I like everybody kind of rolling up and niching down and having some specific task or set of tasks to take care of. I'm always a big proponent of not paying people who steal art in games by any means necessary and giving money to the people who actually did all the work. I didn't know anything about the Subnautica 2 thing. I really hope it pans out for the artists and people. What a jerk. Yeah, I think it has done, fortunately. I think the courts have largely kept things on track for the actual team who is working on the game, which is a rare W. Yeah, up to 4-player co-op, exactly. Yeah. I mean, vibes. Sounds good. 2 friends have been playing it in multiplayer and enjoying it so far. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been I was watching somebody play a bit of it, and it looked very, I love how vibrant it is, like as a world. You know, it's underwater. There's lots of really vibrant fish and flora. Yeah, flora. I was like, wait, flora or fauna? No, both the flora and the fauna look very vibrant, and it's just kind of a treat to watch and to see. And so I'm excited to get around to actually playing it myself. We did a similar division of labor when me and my friend were playing Raft. Hell yeah. My one friend was the chef, another was the shark killer. And then me and my girlfriend were the resource fishers. Nice. Raft is one of those games I've been meaning on playing for a long time, and I've just never got around to. I think I'm gonna try to convince some friends to play it. I don't know how long it is. Is it like a 10-hour sort of game? I guess it depends on how quickly you progress, but I could see it being 10 to 15 hours. I never played the first one though. Are they their own standalone game, or is there a story? That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. There's definitely a story to the first game, and presumably to the second one that came out, Deep Zero or something. I don't remember the subtitle of the like 1.5. But Subnautica 2 story-wise, I have no idea how it's related. I know almost nothing about the game other than it's presumably underwater. and even that, I don't know how much of it's underwater. I assume most of it, but maybe there's some stuff above ground. It depends on how fast you get to the plot points, kind of like Minecraft. But yeah, with dedicated hunting, you can probably get through it about that long. Okay, gotcha. I did start playing Son of the Forest, or Sons of the Forest, whatever it's called, with a buddy of mine last week, maybe the week before. I don't remember exactly when, but it's a lot of fun. We were getting our ass absolutely destroyed by cannibals, kind of constantly. I don't know if we just like wandered off in a direction that was not conducive to our survival, but we just kind of wandered off in the direction to follow what is one of the clues that we had, and it did not go that well for us for a long time. Since then, we have built a hut to hide out in, and it took us a little while to figure out how to do it, which was kind of silly, but we got it working in the end. The building system in that game is actually not bad. It's kind of fun. I think I remember hearing that the forest, the building in the forest is a little bit more open than Sons of the Forest. So I'm not sure exactly how that'll feel when I go to play the forest eventually, because I haven't played that one yet either. For a long time, I was convinced I was too scared to play it. My friends and I played the forest and got pretty good at killing cannibals and building stuff. We then found a cave for the next part of the game and decided, nah, actually, we're good here. Oh, no. Yeah, I've seen a couple of moments of gameplay from the forest where you have to delve into some of the caves and spelunk, and it's just like, oh god, it looks horrifying. All right, let's ask him about his hands as a doctor. Oh no, sorry, strange dreams. That's what we wanted to ask. I found I have the strangest dream staying here. You as well. My aunt and I have found we're overlapping thoughts from our dreams. And such strange symbols too, stuff we've not encountered before, but if we both draw the patterns without describing them to one another, they match. Were you walking down a corridor, sealed windows and improbable windows? I didn't recall anything like that before, but now that you've said it, I do. The seance, of course, I always end up there. Or maybe it's the house itself. Either way, it's fascinating and I intend to find out more. A second person experiencing not just odd dreams, but specifically variations of the same dream. One more would confirm my theory. I mean, his aunt would probably be the person to confirm it with. Your accent reminds me of the Red Rising audiobooks. That's funny. I'm just like taking a crack at Irish, and I'm not sure that I'm doing a great job, but that's really funny. I love those books, by the way. I didn't know that you were a reader of those ones, so that's good to know. I've read the first trilogy and then the first 2 books, I think, of the second trilogy, but I think I might do a reread when the last book comes out and just go through all of them, because there's so many characters to keep track of that I think if I went into the next book in the second series blind without doing like a proper reread, I just wouldn't remember enough to keep track of stuff. Let's talk to him about his red hands. Forgive me for asking, but are your hands okay? Oh, ha! Yes, they are. I work with chemicals, carbolic acid to sterilize wounds and various others to develop pictures. It has left my hands looking worse for wear, though. I haven't gotten to the second series yet, but they're great. Oh, they're so good, man. I had such a blast reading them. And I loved how much the world expanded with every subsequent sequel in the series. Like going from the original Red Rising to Golden Sun, I think was the second one. And then Morning Star, I think maybe was the third. I don't remember the name for sure. But great fun, great oh shit, we can talk to, oh, there's so much we can talk about. Oh no. Let's talk to me about this Celtic cross tie pin. Do you often wear that pin? Oh, this? You know, it's a habit. Settles patience. I forgot I even had it on. I'm a pagan myself, but this is Ireland. A strong sense of guilt and shame has been bred into us, even the freest of us. Funny. Let's talk about the goddess Brid. What do you know about the goddess Brid? The goddess. Let's see. A member of Tuatha de Danann, the goddess of wisdom, healing, poetry, livestock, any number of things. She's sometimes thought to have 2 sisters of the same name with other domains and Sometimes they're all attributed to one breed. You'll find her linked to the Saint Bridget too. I can tell you that for free. Yeah, that didn't really get us much. Let's ask about his timetable. What are your plans for Saturday, Doctor? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Ward. Perhaps I can rope you into joining the talks. I'm attending all of them, you know. There's ones at 11, 3, and 5 today. I actually had to plan to spend much of the day in the I actually planned to spend much of the day in the drawing room. Oh, and my aunt Fia is doing the one at 3. You should attend. Ah, and I have lunch plans with her at 1. Otherwise, I think we'll be in the bar all evening. I need to get myself ready for the ball, so to speak. As for tomorrow, well, I plan to get some fresh air in my lungs. I hope to get plenty of pictures in the stables. The horses certainly have a fondness for staring at empty space. I have to wonder if my spirit camera might capture things my eyes will not. And then there's Mr. Coventry's talk at 5. And before that, of course, mine. The drawing room at 3, Mr. Ward, if you wish to attend. Then it's back to the bar for a few hours to kill some time until the main event. Yeah, that was a lot of information. I guess we can ask about the washerwoman. When I arrived, I saw the damnedest thing. A woman washing clothes in the fountain. Well, assuming the staff haven't gone mad, I would say what you saw was a being nigh. Tell me, was she washing a garment? She was. A shawl. I do not know whose it was. Shame. It might have told us who was to die. The being nigh, or washerwoman, foretells the death of a person. And those who see her, well, they too feel the touch of the death. That is to say, they're still in mourning over death, however long ago it happened. Since you saw her, well, I'm sorry for whatever loss has befallen you. Thank you. But surely everyone should see her. We've all felt lost at some point in our lives. Felt it, yes, but haunted by it? Perhaps haunted isn't the right term, our location considered. When my father died, for example, I was sad, but I have to let that go. I'm still sad for his passing, but I'm not weighted down by it. That is the difference. I don't know if it's worth wasting time asking about this. Okay, I'm gonna ask about the hauntings. I've heard talk about this manor being haunted. Have you encountered anything of the sort? I have, yes. It's the crying in the hallways that bothers me the most. That and the damp patches in the wallpaper. That I would attribute just to this being an old building, except that the patches seem to move. Ugh. Okay, we'll ask about strange occurrences too, why not? Have you had anything unexplainable happen to you while you're staying here? Calling anything unexplainable might be a point of contention, but I won't pretend nothing comes to mind when you ask. Unless someone is putting them there, which would be unsettling, I keep finding the bones of small animals under the rug in my room. That's fucked up. Not many, but more than I can comfortably account for.
I have to be well.
Alrighty. I think we'll try to come back here at some point when he is no longer here, like maybe at 3:05 kind of situation. Because we know at that point he will be in the golly. We know at that point he'll be in the drawing room for the chat he's giving. Oh, that no, that's tomorrow, but he'll still be there today because he's going to the chat. And where are we? Okay, we're on the east side, which is brilliant because we have a key, so we'll be able to come here and snoop around. Miss Callahan's room. Let's take a listen. Nobody appears to be there. Let's enter. We found a key and we're going to make liberal use of it. I bet that wee Jacqueline has reached out to Rory as well. I won't let her take him. I won't, whatever the price. Jacqueline. I wonder, whoever she means is from Dublin, and she does feel kindly towards him. Okay. Letter. A letter for Fia Callahan from her sister-in-law. Instructions to allow no harm to come to her boy, Dr. Callahan, I assume, unless she wants something worse than a few white streaks to happen to her hair. She seems concerned that her son is wasting his time and risking his life with this mystical path. From reading this, it seems he's an acclaimed and respected doctor with the potential of quite a lucrative life ahead of him, if only he would focus on it. We got ads in about 15 minutes, folks, just as a heads up. Lulu, what's up, buddy? He's just like shrieking. Oh, hello. Some research notes. It seems like Miss Callahan is making notes on the other guests. Erickson, a fraud and a poor one at that. Barbosa, the poor lamb is lost here. There's no trace of actual magic in her. I figured none of the staff would have any draked, but Hunter has training. Interesting. Nothing under the bed, I think. Ooh, some booties. Small shoes.
I should close off the mystery of Miss Dean's bedroom. If I can form a hypothesis, I will learn something useful for my investigation.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I don't think we care about the clothes in here all that much yet. Oop. Scrying schedule. Looks to be a hasty schedule of sorts. It's titled Weekends Well Scrying. Sunday. Carmelo Lloyd quarantine. There's also a note, make sure everyone has directions for the hedge mate. Okay. There's little of interest. Good to know. Oh, there's something in the bin. Something torn up inside. Oh, fun. We get to put it together. Looks like... Oh, Zulu, come on, man. Not really possible to know where the top is. Guess it's there. Very good. I guess it doesn't matter. We can always flip it if it was upside down. That looks correct. It's a letter from Evelyn Dean asking Fia to teach her Irish magical traditions. It seems Miss Dean recently became aware of her own heritage, which spawned a want to study under Fia. It seems Miss Callahan's reaction was to angrily tear up the letter and throw it away, but only after scrawling Jaqueen on it. Interesting. Okay, so Miss Dean is Jaqueen. Was it Miss Dean that Fia was threatening in her note? Might she actually have done something to protect Callahan from her? The motive. That startled me. Okay, headache salve. The label says, until your headache passes, Aunt. So this is from Dr. Callahan, whose first name I'm forgetting. Nothing important. Nothing back here. Another journal. I hear more people have had those strange dreams. They all start innocent enough in the manor. Lots of out-of-place doors, seeing those spirals and urge to attend the seance, then become deeper over time. The staff, those I get anything from, their dreams have moved on from the seance. They have darker messages, frustration, a longing to leave, trapped animals. Stranger still, they seem to be experiencing one another's dreams, like a big stew pot of experiences all mixed together. That. Rory is planning some newfangled investigation. I'll leave it to him. I need to stay focused on the well. I'm sure now that there is a shared dream being experienced here, but what is it trying to convey and how can I find out? If only there were a way I could revisit and explore the dream itself. Interesting. I don't remember the details, but the FBI shredded a bunch of claimed discs and legal documents like this one time and shipped the garbage to a third world country like they always do. And crazy bastards reassembled the discs and papers and went, hey, we got dirt on you now. Give us money. So I'm saying this game is completely on the money with realism. Yeah, I've heard similar things as well, which is, I find that very funny. Come on, guys. Like, you got to do a better job with purging your secrets. Yeah, I think we've looked at everything in here that is interesting to us. Yeah, I think we're good here. Hopefully there's nobody in the corridor waiting for us to step out so they can yell gotcha at us. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anyone on the other side. Intriguing. And we've not been in here yet. Okay. Dulu, come on, man. Mr. Ward. Mr. Dupre's travel papers from the United States. Oh. Ticket. Dulu, come on, man. A luggage ticket for Bay 46. There's a symbol scrawled on the back, a sigil like the ones from my dreams. Yeah, okay, we already knew that because we saw on Mr. Dupre a tattoo that matched the luggage insignia. I don't think there was anything else in here. An exchange between Miss Mantovani and Mr. Dupre arranging a meeting for this weekend to discuss funeral rites. The meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. in the drawing room after Miss Mantovani's tack, which is at 5 p.m. Perhaps I could listen in. Okay, let's make sure that we set that on our timetable. Nothing is happening right now. I don't think that we care about too much. Although it wouldn't be bad to talk to Joyce if we have time. But I do want to attend. Here we go. We're going to put a talk on there, an alert on this so we don't miss it. These drawings, they look like Evelyn Dean. Odd. A local newspaper. One of the articles is a gutting piece on Jonathan Blake. This gathering and the outsiders, it will surely attract the region. Somebody doesn't like all the folks coming in. Oh, some shoes. Medium-sized shoes. Oh, a book. Hello. Or his schedule. Okay, very good. Now we know where he's going to be over the next couple days. A beautiful statuette that seems to represent death in some way or another. The words Maman Brigitte are engraved in delicate lettering on her necklace. Must be very small indeed. Ooh. The same image from my dream. How is this possible? It's uncanny. Evelyn Dean is the spitting image of my dearly departed friend. I thought her a ghost at first. It cannot be a coincidence, us meeting here like this. I'm being asked, no, compelled to act upon this message. That cannot be allowed to happen. I'll write of it no more. I cannot dwell, cannot feed the urge. What is happening to you, Mr. Dupre? Night after night, I see this, but why? Intriguing. Man be seeing things. An urn, okay. An urn filled with ashes. Mr. Dupre must have lost somebody recently. Mr. Dupre's friend, would seem. Irish mythology. A book on Irish mythology. There's a note on the inside cover. To the devil on my shoulder, I hope you enjoy this book. Thank you for wanting to read it and for seeing me truly always. Your best friend, L. Books about Maman Brigitte, the Loa, a god in the voodoo religion, of life and death. The chapters which discuss her connections to the Irish saint Brigid are dog-eared and annotated. So presumably this is not, in fact, Evelyn Dean, but her lookalike, her doppelganger friend. Or rather, Mr. Dupre's doppelganger friend. So the thing about Victorian supernatural mumbo-jumbo is that it was always carbon monoxide poisoning. I don't think the woman is actually dead anymore. Well, so Dupre, Mr. Dupre had a friend that looked like Evelyn Dean, who I think apparently is dead. Evelyn Dean herself, we just think is missing. We don't know that she's dead or not at this stage. But I do think it's very plausible that she is still alive somewhere. That being said, we have seen some weird shit. Although it definitely could be carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay, I think we've searched this room. Oh, no, we didn't search this. It's just stationary. Oh, well. Yeah, I think now we've cleared this place out so we can scarp her. Okay, we need to grab lunch at 1 because there might be some folks to talk to. Look at the map. So there's this door that we can go through. We've already kind of poked through Mrs. Darcy's room. And there's this room. All these other doors are kind of closed at the moment. And there's a missing door in this, I think it's this corridor. Dude, can you not push my hand out of the way, buddy? Room's 13 to 6. Okay, so I think it's down that way. No, it's not here. I think it's in the tower, wherever that is. Sounds like there's somebody there. Okay, let's maybe not go in right now, shall we? That might be a terrible idea. We'll head into the Northern Pass corridor. They just had one too many hits of the ancient mummy bone powder snorting party. And everyone lost track of her. Yeah, the fact that they used to do that is fucking crazy. So weird. I don't know. Not that people these days are necessarily any more intelligent, but like, oops. Wait, what? How? Oh, here we go. I was like, how did we get here? Yeah, people do crazy stuff in the name of either getting high or thinking they're gonna get stronger or more healthy. Weird. All right. Okay, so let's head up to the end of this corridor and see what there is. That was the unoccupied room. I think that's where we found the key. Father Sinno's room. Is he here? Damn it, he is here, little bastard. Come on, go be social, you dingus. Also, we got jump scared by a friggin' statue moving last time. It was not pleasant. Yeah, people are the same all over. We just got chemistry instead of ancient bones now. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Okay, let's go take a look at this door. Or wall where there presumably used to be a door. As we're going to start in 2.5 minutes, I think I'll take a slightly longer break to grab some grub because I'm feeling a little hungry. And then we'll get back into it after that. But 2.5 minutes at this point. So this here is our missing door, we think. Let's save. Oh my. So I can potentially draw something here. Munch munch. Indeed. Munch munch indeed. I don't know if I'm supposed to draw a specific sigil here or if I'm attempting to light this stuff up. Can I not go? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I can't go to places I've already been, essentially. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to exit. Well, all right. I don't think I was just gonna like fiddle around with it. I don't think we have any sort of specific answer at this stage as to how to interact with that, the sigils there. Giorgio Tsoukalos, the ancient aliens guy, famously will just waltz into ancient burial digs and pick up a big piece of ancient priceless masonry and just walk away for things he gets on the show. What a dickhead. Just nobody stops him. So like, it's not even any better in terms of sanctity of ancient remains or artifacts. I'm like, good Lord. I feel like he should be locked up. That's like such a huge problem for preserving stuff too. Okay, this one is slightly askew. This guy. This is Jonathan, we think. Or Percival, rather. Percival Blake, the 4th Marquess of Dune, a nasty looking character for sure. Oh shit, look at his chest. This is the thing we need to draw out, I think. An unusual layout of stuff. Shame that whatever left him with his wound didn't kill him. No kidding. It's just me or is his remaining eye looking downwards? A distinct archway. I do not recall seeing this in the hotel yet. Okay, so this is what we got to figure out how to draw. Should be doable. Okay, I think, oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, so there are ones on both sides. Okay, dime to the top and then everything else to connect, essentially. All right, folks, we got ads starting just any second, I think. I'm getting edged by the ad starting soon indicator, apparently. What are you doing? Okay, we're gonna go like, how does this work? It goes like, all right, there we go. And ads are starting. So we'll be right back, folks. Ah, bollocks. Okay, now we'll be right back. I feel like I should be riding through grassy plains with an elf and a dwarf. Sounds about right. I'm a little bummed. I thought I had another Coke in the house, but alas, I am Cokeless. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Noble. You lovely man. No cola for me, and so instead I must relegate myself to the consumption of water and Gatorade. And even the Gatorade is running low. But what can you do? What can you do? I do like water, though. Water's one of my favorite beverages, I have to admit. When Gatorade is like ice cold, it really kind of tastes like a melted Freezy. For better or for worse. All right, let me change the scene to the one that actually matters here. And we're going to take another look at this. Because we know what we need to do. I think, actually. Wait, hold on. I think, okay, we're gonna go for it, but oops. Nope. We gotta start from here. Come on. There we go. Actually, how can we do this? I actually think we can't start from here. Yeah. The thing I don't know for sure is whether the outer pieces here are required. Like oh, I did it. Oh, I did it. Oh, all right, there you go. Whatever black magic caused this, somebody went through a lot of trouble to mask Miss Dean's room. Oh, there's a key in the door already. Huh. Utterly convenient. Master key for this corridor. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was pretty obvious this was going to be her room. The question is why? She's kind of cursed, locked up. Actually, I should have turned down the music again. She's kind of cursed to be locked up in here. Ooh. Oops. I don't know what I just clicked past, but we found a wanted poster. That's kind of exciting. Daughter of Captain Barbosa, perhaps? The timing on the music there was like kind of perfect. There's little interest to me here. Okay. Nothing there either. Let's check under the bed. There is indeed some stuff. There's nothing under the rug. Okay. Well, we'll do the same back in the other guy's room later. A bottle of turpentine. What's it doing here? Okay. A sigil of some description. And scuff marks made by the bed's legs. This has been moved. Oh, apparently. Okay, we just shift that whole bed. Sure. Ball of turpentine looks like somebody made an attempt to shift these markings. What is this? Some kind of marking painted onto the floor? I've seen this before. The symbol was in my dream on the stone at the end. Though it is deformed here, a new shape seems to have been left by the deformation. Oh shit, we've done it wrong. There There we go. We're getting into the magic shit now. Oh my. I don't know if the original symbol was like one of protection and it was scrubbed away to corrupt it into something else. Or if it was just corrupted by...
That sigil. It unlocks some kind of memory. Somebody painted this sigil under the bed on the night Miss Dean went missing. The same one from my dream. When they came back to remove it, they couldn't, and they magically sealed the room to cover their tracks.
I see.
I have a hazy understanding of the sigil's intent somehow. It draws attention to the person above it, though attention of what I do not know.
Probably nothing good.
It brings them back to the dream, maybe. I'm unclear. It's as if I have memory that is not quite my own.
Okay, there's spooky shit going on. Real spooky shit. Been cleaned since its last use. What's this? Looks like some sort of figure made from sticks and twine. And is that horsehair? Why would this be here? Perhaps a protective charm made by the stable master. There's a floorboard askew over there that we'll look at in a sec. I cannot see anything of note in here, such as a note. Okay, a horseshoe. Great. All right, floorboards. There's a loose floorboard here. Is there something underneath? The note. Start in the garden in autumn. Walk east to the junction, then north for 3. Turn west and walk for 2 junctions, then south for 1. It is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs. There's something else here too. A piece of fuck. Well, anyway. Okay, so this is another pattern, but what am I supposed to draw? Can I look at... No. I mean, historically, we've had to, like, connect them, but in this case, we just don't know what we have to draw here. Excuse me. Hard to say for sure. It might be related to the description that was given to us. Let's go take a look at our mysteries. Okay. Sheets of paper with mysterious dots on them and little else. The notes are sealed by some powerful and complex magic. I need you to look elsewhere if I'm to find a way to decipher it. A smaller hexagon inside a bigger hexagon. Final answer. I like the way you think. I like the cut of your jib. Starting. Okay, so this I think is a edge maze situation that we're gonna have to figure out. Found a treasure map of some sort lying underneath the floorboards. And the rejected request. We'll have to talk to both of the Callahans about it. Okay. We found out which room was hers, certainly. Southeast quarter key for me, used by the staff. Ritual markings. To lull the victim into a sleep state and draw their attention to something. Turpentine to clean it up. The distinct archway. I think we'll have to try to find that. I don't think it's necessarily the same room that we're in now, but it might be. There's once a door here, I must find a way to make it reappear. Room assignments. And Miss Dean's room. Well, we did. We found it. Presumably. I'm surprised this isn't solved yet. But maybe we need to find somebody to link it to the culprit? Or maybe we just need to decipher that note first, you know? Shared dreams, find a way to revisit the dream. I might be able to do so using that sigil that's under the bed. Although whether it's smart to draw that under my bed is perhaps another story entirely. Investigate room 5 to see what they could be hiding. Okay, there's a lot of... Do I have to action here? I don't actually remember. It's something about her. Oh, it was the haunting. We have to figure out how to exorcise the ghost of her husband, who is a shithead. I do not begrudge her murdering her husband in the slightest. Okay. Oh shit. There was a Sunday at noon. Okay, so we want to make sure that we are there for. I should put that in a timetable actually. Maybe I did already. Yeah, I did. Okay, delivery starts. Good. Edge maze scrying. I probably wouldn't mind hitting that up either. He's in the walled garden. I don't know the walled garden. Maybe that's the same as the treasure map situation that we found. The weird thing with where is he? Barley. There's 4 of 6 facts uncovered, and there's a couple more that we know we can find. We're looking to his quarters and in the safe, and we don't know what the code to the safe is. Might find it in his quarters. Okay, we haven't profiled her yet. So I'm just clicking through all this stuff to get it out of my hair because it's going to piss me off. I don't like seeing the exclamation marks. And yes, I know I could mark all the scene, but I do want to familiarize myself with what is present. Small shoes and a motive. We'll skip the animation though, we don't need that. Being dry. Okay. Guy is a druid. Kind of reminds me of a less thick druid from Diablo 4, which last I played it was fun. I don't know how much longevity the game has. I have to take a look at it again because I think the expansion came out somewhat recently and I think was fairly well received. And historically, Diablo games have been kind of mid until they've received a big expansion, which does a generally a significant systems overhaul. It makes it a much more entertaining game to play. It happened with Diablo 3, happened with Diablo 2. So Diablo 4, I'm not expecting it to be any different. I just haven't had a chance to check it out. Fortunately, we're not actually at like a lack of, we're not experiencing a lack or drought of good action RPG games to play, like hack and slash games. Path of Exile 1 and 2 were both excellent, although I haven't put as much time into, comparatively speaking. Grim Dawn is probably my favorite of the bunch. It's an immaculately made looter hack and slash action RPG. Actually, there's supposed to be an expansion coming out relatively soon-ish in the next year or so. I'm looking forward to. Titan Quest 2, I think is supposed to be not bad. And the first Titan Quest was awesome. And that got like a remaster recently. Much to do, folks. Much to do. Much to experience. Jonathan Blake. Man, he looks kind of grim, doesn't he? The Grand Seance. At least 15 video games in the world now, fortunately. Or unfortunately. Yeah, no kidding, eh? Too many to keep up with. And yet I keep buying them, which is so stupid. I don't have time. Why do I keep spending money on them? Like, what am I doing? Half the reason I started streaming in the first place was just to make sure that I play games and then I finish the games that I start. It would make me feel bad if, you know, we started playing a game and then I just kind of abandoned it entirely. Although I still have done that once or twice. I do still want to go back to finish Atomic Heart. Because I was having fun with it. Just the last time we were playing it, I died like 3 times in the same place and kind of crashed out and decided to play Slay the Spire instead. And Slay the Spire has consumed like 70 hours so far, at least, maybe more than that of my time. Folks out there, if you haven't yet played Slay the Spire 2, give it a... Hold on. That's interesting. Where can we draw this? Not the kind of thing we can draw on the note that we found. This is something else, but we'll have to keep that in mind. James Doyle. I still gotta play Pragmata. I still gotta finish Esoteric Ebb. I feel like there's a game coming out soon that I wanted to pick up as well. Romestead. It's an indie game that's out on the 27th, I think. Into early access anyway. Which is like a multiplayer survival crafting isometric view pixel game, pixel art game where you are a survivor of a great cataclysm in mythological ancient Rome. And you're trying to restore the Roman cities. And so it's like a city builder and management game plus survival crafting game that has multiplayer. It looks fucking awesome. I'm very excited for it. Hold on, what do I still have to click here? What are you talking about? Am I blind? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? All right, whatever. I don't know. That's gonna annoy me. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything with this page at the moment. So let's just giddy up out of here. We do need to go have lunch in the game, not outside of game. Oh.
Oh, well. Hello there. I don't believe... Hold on. Isn't that... It is, isn't it?
Do we trust him enough to tell him the truth? I don't think I want to lie. I'll tell him the truth.
To where Miss Dean has gone. Someone has reason to believe she's gone missing.
She's gone? I thought I hadn't seen her. But I suppose I was hoping I'd just missed her. I mean, I saw her late on Tuesday night. I didn't speak to her, but she looked like she might have spent some significant time at the bar. She went towards the east tower behind you. I considered following her to see if she was all right, but... Well, even drunk, she was faster than me. But if you
fuck, I keep clicking.
Something to have happened to her then, well, as I mentioned, she was out of it when I saw her. I'd say she was at the bar, and that is likely true. But she may well have been there getting something from the barman, the porter, Doyle. He's a bit of a user, and Evelyn always finds those. Anyone with a supply can share a supply. Maybe you can learn something from him?
Well, this is good information to have. Thank you. This will
There's something on his pocket there I want to look into.
I hope it does. Evelyn's a terror in her own right, but she doesn't deserve anything to happen to her.
Okay. Thanks, bud. What does this all mean indeed? Maybe this is like we've seen a bunch of stuff kind of knocked askew like this, which is possibly indicative of her passing through. Now, this is just a theory at this point. We actually have no clue one way or another. So we'll follow the trail and see where it takes us. This painting is off balance. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Another secret doorway. Shall we, my friends? And this is the one from the painting, too. Alrighty, let's give it a try. Although I don't remember how I don't remember how I did it last time. Oh, I remember. Good douche. How is this possible? What is this place? Have we found our way into the basement? The air is rotted here. This is an unholy place. Yikes. Bummer. Nasty way to go. Wait, how would you not... If somebody's in here and they're exposed to the air, people are gonna hear it. Also, there doesn't appear to be a drain in here, so like any rain is just gonna soak this place. It looks clean, possibly held water? Crud. Crud. I don't want to think about what these stains were. It is crud. Alright, let's look at the corpse. These look like bones. The skull, it appears to be human. A goose. A spooky goose. A pointing ghost. At the floor? Oh. Oh my. Was that a... No, it couldn't have been. My eyes are deceiving me. Hallucination caused by gas or mold in the air, perhaps? But then how can I explain these flames? I just accept it was a ghost and let's move on, dude. Are these stairs going down? Is this a pit? A well? What is... Womp? Uh-oh. What in God's name was that? Oh, is this... Okay. Music was getting a little loud. That hole wasn't there before. Indeed it wasn't. Ooh, exciting! We found the Undercroft. Another sigil back here. Somebody must have sealed off this passage to an area sometime after Percival walled it up. Oops. It is 1. It's lunchtime. But I have magic to do. Wait, come on now. I feel like after the first time I should just be able to do it automatically at this point. You never go towards the womp. Therein lies death. Most of the time, I think you're probably spot on. Ooh, no. So this is where the lover was walled up. This space is even worse than the first. Yikes. But again, open to the air. Like how has this place not been found, guys? Groundskeeper, you're doing a poor job keeping these grounds. Another skeleton in pieces. Is this what she wanted me to find? Did I take the pieces? Huh? Okay, I guess I'm going to restore the lovers. Bring them back together. Although, I mean, just carrying a armful of human remains around otherwise a decent place is perhaps a bit odd. All right, you guys have fun now. Get on with your ghost sex or whatever you're planning on doing. Restored at last. And ascending to heaven or the afterlife or some such nonsense. Percival damned them to an eternity of torment, and for what? He knew their screams would go unheard. How? How? It's open to the air. I pray they find the peace they deserve. May God have mercy on their souls. How long were they trapped here? How long can a soul linger, and why? I wonder. Eamon, no, best not dwell on it. Okay. Was that just for funsies? I can see brown stains on them that suggests they were used. Okay, so that was fun. I don't know if that has anything to do with... Oh. Okay, well, this is no longer walled up. Interesting. I don't know if that matters at all. I thought that this was related to Mrs. Dean's disappearance, but perhaps not. Okay, we can't get into the staff area. So maybe we weren't supposed to come down this way yet? Maybe we went this way. I mean, this is taking us back towards lunch, I think, anyway, so this is kind of convenient. Although I don't see anything askew over here, so... Oh, we can eavesdrop, hell yeah.
Focus, child. No,
Ah, fucking hell. Every time I right click, it like skips the whole conversation. Not what I wanted to do. Focus, child. No, I am. You've just lost me. Master key. Surely the staff has one for the bedrooms. No, we have 5 different ones. Hunter's is in the stable. Mine. Sorry, that was strange. It was as if. What were we talking about? Where is your clarity, child? Was it the drink or this blasted place that has devoured your mind? Or that Dean woman? Don't think I wasn't aware. I should have acted sooner there. She has jeopardized things too much already. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry, Seamus. I shouldn't have snapped. I'll find you later should you have another lucid moment. God be with you. Okay. Actually, this is maybe a good time to go back up and pillage Sinnoh's room. Whilst, wait, is Sinnoh... Oops. Hello. Okay. Okay, so Mr. O'Hara, or excuse me, Mr. O'Meara was seen. Okay, we found out about the ghosts. Sure. Miss Dean's bedroom. It very obviously was seen wandering the northeast corridor? Southeast corridor. In a daze caused by the sigil under her bed.
It seems Miss Dean was wandering the halls in a magical stupor, brought on by the markings painted under her bed. What does this tell me about the culprit?
That the culprit is a wizard.
It seems as if the culprit knows how to use magic to achieve their ends, whatever those may be. I have picked up another fact about the culprit. I wonder if there's anyone I could eliminate as a result. And if not, what investigating can I do to allow me to learn some useful facts about the suspects?
Excuse me. Now that you have started to gather some key facts, it is time to start cross-examining to figure out who the culprit is. Huh? You should now investigate the mystery titled The Culprit. Okay. The trail. A trail has been left through the house. Where does it lead? Okay. All right, sure. Culprit facts are on the left. Character facts are on the right. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Use these to eliminate any characters who don't match what you know about the culprit. You can eliminate characters through the investigation. Eliminations are not permanent. Okay, so where is she? Erickson. H. Erickson. We know she is not capable of magic. Wait, so how do I remove somebody? I'm confused. Do I need to do something special here? Oh, here it is. E, okay. Yeah, so we don't think that this person is related because they are able to use magic. What is this? Domhnall Finn also cannot write in English. Well, he told Mrs. Erickson he cannot write in English. So it's a possibility that he can be eliminated, but we don't know for sure yet. We feel pretty confident about Erickson, though. Okay. Signs of a trail. Oh, I don't know why it put me down there, but sure. There are signs that a trail was left through Blake Manor. East corridors, blah, blah, blah. We're going to have to head back to the east corridors, I think. Because we have seen those and continue to follow from there. Fact uncovered. Aren't we the smartest? Yeah, like this. See, this is an example of it being knocked askew. How you doing, Doyle? You seemed a little out of it there, bud.
Hello again, sir. You here for the meal?
Sure.
Certainly, sir. Let me show you to your seat.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to talk to him, but alas, not in the cards. It is 2 p.m.
Care to join us, sir?
Oh.
If you don't mind me speaking for you both, of course.
Both? Huh? Oh, I guess this is Mr. Coventry talking to these two.
No, it's all right. Maybe he knows something about Miss Hisham's friend.
Sure.
Please. Declan Ward. Thank you for letting me join.
Yeah, okay. Now, Miss Hisham, who is your friend?
Yeah, okay. So what a weird way to respond. Funny. I was saying it's 2 p.m., but I'm just going to keep going for now because I'm having a lot of fun. This is great.
Miss Dean. Evelyn Dean. Have you met her?
No.
Is this a joke? Did Miss Dean put you up to this?
I don't.
Mr. O'Mara, please.
Sorry. Yes, I know, Miss Dean. We have history.
History, you say?
I thought maybe she sent you down here to make fun at my expense. It would be the sort of thing she would find amusing.
What about her, Miss Hisham?
So, Miss Dean's a scamp.
Thank you. I was meant to meet her yesterday. Or the day before. It's cloudy.
That is not an accent I'm going to try to replicate in the future.
But I haven't seen her. And I asked the staff, and after blank stares, I was told she had left.
She left? That doesn't seem correct. Why would she go? She lives for this stuff.
Buddy, we talked to you like not that long ago to say she was missing. You know this already.
A family matter, maybe.
Do you know her, sir?
As much as I know any of you three, I'm afraid. We talked at the afternoon tea on Tuesday, which turned into afternoon drinks, which turned into my needing a slow start on Wednesday.
Fair enough.
Tuesday, you say?
You, Mr. Ward. Do you know her?
Did we know her? I don't remember that we knew her father. Admit knowing her father. I'll have to look into that. I have vague recollections of what this is implying. I just don't remember specifically.
No, I only arrived yesterday. If she has left, then I've missed my chance to meet her.
Very well. I hope she is okay. I overheard that the telegraph machine is recovered. I'll send something to her home so she can contact me on her return. Please excuse me.
Of course. I'll take this opportunity to make my leave as well.
Me too. This whole meal has left me painfully upset.
Oh, bummer. Well, okay. I wonder if I had, mentioned I knew her father, there would be more of a conversation there.
Hello again, sir. Need something?
Just want to talk. What did we want to talk about, though? Excuse me. Let's ask about Mary Blake. What can you tell me about Mary Blake? Mary? Oh, you mean Mrs. Marquess? Not much. I never knew her. They hired me on long after she died. That's not helpful. Let's talk about this. Although if I ask about the timetable, it's possible because we spoke to Omira, and he mentioned this guy would be kind of familiar with her. Maybe there will be something to talk about here. Anything interesting planned for the day? Interesting? No, we don't get to go to talks and balls and all that. Most of today I'll be floating around bringing drinks to rich folks. Very exciting. Then at 4 p.m. I open the bar, which sounds fun, but only really is once everyone has gone to bed. And then tomorrow, I'll be breaking my back all morning, lifting boxes into the basement storage from late deliveries, thanks to Varley getting his blasted telegraph machine working again. That noteworthy? At least I'm back in the bar once it opens again. And there for the most part until the seance at 9. Okay. Let's ask him about... I mean, I have to imagine this was either the work of this dude or the cleaning lady whose name I'm forgetting. None of this stuff seems all that remarkably important to talk about, so I don't know that I want to waste the time right now. Excuse me. Maybe if I ask him about Evelyn Dean directly? Have you met Miss Dean? Evelyn, Miss Dean, right? We talked a bit. She doesn't seem too uptight to hobnob with the working man, you know? Or she didn't at the time. Haven't seen her lately. Maybe she's avoiding me? I keep meaning to ask her, but what room was she in again? Doesn't matter. She'll talk to me if she wants to. Is she a regular guest to the manor? I wish. Don't get many women like her around these parts. No, this was her first time visiting.
I'll leave you be.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go take a quick look at Omira. A carefree playboy from South Dublin. Okay. I do have to talk to him directly at some point. But for now, let's follow this trail, shall we? Trail of things askew. This may not be the way. Oh. And again, maybe it is. I think it might be. Out into the gardens. All right, let's see. Oh God, it is miserable out here. Hot damn. Act on Olivia Darcy. Right. We got to figure out how to exercise her ghost, but that's like Gonna be a bit of an exercise, I'm afraid. What is this? Side gate. This leads perhaps to the Blake private residence. The hinges are rusted over. It hasn't been used in some time. This presumably is not the hedge maze, because this is not much of a maze. But maybe it is? Maybe they built mazes for very stupid people. Ballroom. Can we go in the ballroom yet? I don't know. Let's find out. Ah, it's locked and hasn't been opened in a while. I suspect there's nothing I need from here. Cool. I always forget I have detective vision. I don't really like to use it, frankly. But I suppose sometimes it is indeed useful. Who are you? Statue. A statue of a woman carrying a sheaf of wheat embodying summer. Ah! Okay, so this is going to be where we start. Is this autumn? A woman, arm drawn across her body as if to keep out a chill winter herself. I guess not. Autumn must be the other way. So, autumn. Autumn is where we must start. Hello. Torn cloth. Some torn material, thick cotton with some signs of decoration. A nightdress, perhaps? If so, then perhaps Miss Dean ventured through these gardens. Ominous. Do you look like a spring or a fall? I see berries, so I'm going to guess you're a spring. A young lady carrying a bushel of flour. God damn. Maybe not. Or maybe grass personifying spring. That's funny. A harvest of grapes. Of the set, she seems to represent autumn. Okay, so if this is indeed autumn, I guess it was... Where is Evelyn? Shit, how do we get back to the, Hold on now. Miss Dean's bedroom. I think it was in here. Conclusion. Yeah, we did that already. Map. Where is the treasure map? It's not in here. Huh? Wait, did I not find it in her room? Was it regarding the trail, perhaps? No. Am I a dum-dum? No. Oh, here it is. Okay, Jesus. Start in the garden in autumn. Walk east to the junction, then north for 3. Yeah, I'm going to screenshot this so I don't have to... that's not what I wanted to do. Hello? There we go. Where are you? You are snipping area as rectangle is what I want. Thank you. There we go. And we'll just pop this into paint. You guys don't need to see it because it's really not that interesting. It's just so that I don't have to constantly come back to the screen. If I had a notebook, I would just, write some instructions in that. But I don't have one handy, so we're not going to do it. Okay, so east to the junction. Then walk north for 3. And a run north for 3. 1, 2, 3, and let's eavesdrop.
Not saying I disapprove or anything, but what does a fella like you knowing so much about Irish mythology?
I had a friend. She was a priestess of your goddess, Reed. I learned a great deal from her.
Ah, so that's why you're here.
Yes. I've come to scatter her ashes in her homeland. It was her last request.
Aye, you can travel all you like, but the heart never leaves home. Not really. Where will you put her?
Not sure what to do with her. Not yet.
Well, if it's breed she looked at, you could do worse than take her to Fart. Up by Dundalk and Loud.
Art is kind of unfortunately named, I must say.
That's where they say she was born. She got a well up there. Great view of the bay and the moorings up that way. Not a bad place to spend eternity.
That sounds nice. Thank you, Mr. O'Finn.
Good dude, Mr. O'Finn. At least he seems that way. Okay, so this is north for 3. Turn west and walk for 2 junctions. 1, 2. Then south for 1. It is kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs.
This is where the note from Miss Dean's room leads me. If I look in here,
Then what shall we find? Ah, a journal.
Found it.
Putting her hands in a bush. Deep in a bush. A strange book, indeed.
Though it's staring right through me.
That's just an eye on the cover. You don't have to worry about that. Okay. A couple different patterns here. Oscale. This sigil fills me with dread, but then it's overpowered by a sense of ambition. Are these emotions my own, or do they belong to someone else? Dune. This sigil fills me with a deep sense of sadness and the fear of being trapped. Are these my emotions my own, or do they belong to somebody else? Somebody has translated the sigils, Miss Dean, perhaps? The first one means to open, and the second means to close. Also written here is scale, release, but I see nothing of that name in these pages. I can make out some Irish letters, but others are unfamiliar to me. Despite the modern-looking cover, the pages are old and rough. While they are dry, they smell of peat and moss. I do like the smell of peat. I'm not sure what this was written with, but I have a fear it was not ink. Grim. Why on earth did she have this? Those symbols certainly seem like the ones I've been using, but what is their purpose? Good question. That is interesting, though. We now have open and close sigils, in theory. Chapel and graveyard with a lock on. Access only on Sundays. I'll see what other routes are possible before trying to scale this imposing looking barrier. Fair enough. Yeah, I think we're just gonna waltz our way through here and make sure that we haven't missed anything interesting throughout the rest of this. This little compass rose there. Some lads, which obviously we have largely ignored. Just from their perspective, we kind of barrel through without really. We pause like an intersection away for 30 seconds as they have a chat, and then we just barrel our way through. Okay, so here's more of Miss Dean, and it looks like she's gone towards the hedge maze. Interestingly, it's 1:38. We've had lunch. I don't know that there was anything else that we wanted to do specifically. Away. Dining room, walled garden, first floor, southwest corridor. Interesting. Okay, she's definitely been. How has nobody noticed that, like, you know, there's friggin' shoes out here? Prince, small, one shoe came off in the mud. Where was she going? She definitely went into the hedge maze, that is for sure. And this is assuredly a hedge maze. Follow the trail through the maze. Boot prints. Those are different size than this. Oh, we're in ads. All right. Sorry, folks. Blueprints they have sunken into the ground. Whoever was standing here was here for a while. From their placement, they seem to be following the other person around the maze. Creepy. All right, we're just gonna pause here. Actually, I should save. And we'll take a short aside from the game. Oh man, so far, okay, so, you know, I wasn't really sure where this was going initially. In that, you know, we didn't really have a lot of insight. Yap time, pretty much. We didn't have a lot of insight into where the story was going, or like how deep into the supernatural we were going to get. Apparently very, very deep. I knew there was ghosts and such involved, but I didn't expect us to like be doing magic left, right, and center. So that's an interesting development. I still have no real clue as to why Mrs. Dean, or Miss Dean, I should say, has been targeted. We don't know if she's alive or dead. We know that she was lured into the hedge maze at some point in the night and then disappeared after that. And we arrived, if that was Tuesday night and it's now Saturday, you know, that was 5 days ago. So it's not looking great for Miss Dean, I gotta say. No, but what are you up to today? You doing anything interesting? I mean, I'm just obviously playing this game, and then I've got no real plans for the rest of the day, which is kind of nice. Might just faff about, catch up on some reading, perhaps. I've been reading a novel called The Raven Scholar, which is a really, really excellent fantasy book, and it has constantly kept me on my toes, like in terms of twists. They are all they're happening pretty frequently. Pretty significant twists that kind of like change your perspective on what is happening in the book. But like they're not unearned either. There's stuff to point back or indicate that maybe this is going to happen. Or like, you know, this is these clues that have been presented previously coalesce into this reality, which is just such a satisfying feeling. I'll probably catch up on, sorry, I was supposed to do yard work, but I slept in and it's 27 degrees out right now, and I don't really want to go bust my ass in that. Yep, that's completely fair. So we'll probably catch up on some work I procrastinated to do indoor cleaning. Truthfully, I just want to be playing Magic, but both of my buddies are working today. Oof. Bummer. Yeah. I know that feeling though. There's plenty of times I wish to be playing some sort of game or another, and I just haven't had the opportunity because folks are not available. I don't know, there's something that feels particularly special about playing games with friends. Just like, it's a good vibe, you know? I don't know, I like it a lot. It's been like, I was into playing solo board games for a long time because I couldn't convince people to play games with me. But these days it's just like, you know, I almost prefer, I just kind of prefer the feeling of playing with people. Part of that has to do with the fact that I was like super depressed for a while, and so the amount of like energy I felt like I had to put forward to actually have like to enjoy, I guess, the experience enough to make it worth it was, I just didn't feel like I had enough energy to set up a game and play it by myself. And currently right now, the amount of stuff I would have to do to make my stupid basement, you know, usable to play a board game, because my table is just covered in crap right now, is just beyond the pale. So I've been putting it off for a long time. I'm trying to sell off a bunch of stuff, and I think I've got a pretty final list, and I'm almost ready to post. I just need to suck it up and post it. I see root on the table, so it's not fully covered in crap. Well, that's what it, you can see it. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Aha. Yeah, you're funny, man. Yeah, that's actually, it's the latest expansion stuff that arrived pretty recently. I have to sort through it and merge it into the rest of it, which is, I don't actually remember where I have root right now. It's in the shelves somewhere, but that doesn't really mean a lot given the state of the shelves. I want to say it's either like here or all the way at the back. I don't remember which. And I think Oath, the latest expansion stuff for Oath is supposed to be delivering somewhat soon. There was a Kickstarter for Arcs recently. And what's Primal? Primal is like Monster Hunter, the card game, essentially. So you have a hunter, their deck is represented, or they're represented by a bunch of cards, which are like their different attacks that have different synergies and keywords. And it's kind of deck construction, but you're limited into what you can actually add to your deck based on how you level up. And then you hunt monsters and make loot from their bits, and you just keep hunting monsters until the campaign is done, where you have to like fight the big turbo dragon. It's kind of rad. But that's another game I just really haven't had a chance to play a lot of. I played, I think I played the demo for it effectively that was out on Tabletop Simulator when this was on Kickstarter, and then it all arrived and I sorted it out, and I haven't had a chance to actually play with anybody. One of the many games that I've bought with the intention to go and play with friends, and then just have never gotten around to, sadly. I should actually check if there's a Tabletop Simulator mod for it, because that'd be fun. I feel that, yeah. It's honestly, it's the same thing. So many of the things that I buy are aspirational in nature, which feels bad when I think about it too much. A footprint. The mud here, the mud. The mud here is soft, probably from the recent rainfall. But yeah, lots of what I buy is just aspirational, and then I never actually have the opportunity to play it, which both makes me feel bad because I feel like I've wasted money, and then, oh, hello. E11. It's like, it's not the end of the world, it's just a little frustrating. Because I do like owning things. I like having my collection. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a consumer. All right, this pervert's still following her. Down here. Nothing. But even like I like reading tabletop RPGs. I still want to play Critter Conflicts at some point too. The Red. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I have to look into that further. It sounded really cool. Piece of a nightdress caught in the maze. From the spacing and weight of these impressions, they're not from anybody or somebody moving fast. They seem labored. Yeah, I'll have to look into it tonight. I love Redwall though as a vibe. I read so many of those books as a kid. Brian Jacques was definitely my favorite author for a long time. The hedge is crushed in as if hit with a force. Part of the dress seems to have torn off. Did she stumble into it? More prints. Hell, there's some purple shit. Sorry, lads. More boot prints. It looks like they were slowly moving around the hedge maze. From their placement, they seem to be following the other person. Yes, we know that already. Oh, hello. That's creepy. I've seen this symbol before, haven't I? Yes, you have done. How did we do this last time? I think it was like this. And this will give us the memories, I believe. Oh God. That's creepy. Being walked around like a child, led by the hand. Yikes. Shadowy figure, hedge maze vision. Another memory, but what was that thing with Miss Dean? It was too large to be a person and transparent. Was it leading her through the maze? If so, to where? Was it another ghost or something else? And who was the person watching it all? What was that culprit? Was that the culprit observing their deeds? Wait, what's that sound? Oh. Hey, bud. You've been drinking a smidge.
Oh. Well, what were you going to say to the manager? Hardly likes me anyway. Can I help you, or whatever it is you want out here?
Oh, Mr. Doyle. What have you got there?
Well, I'm not letting you have any, if that's what you're at. God knows, this stuff's hard enough to get already. Anything decent is.
Oh, you're here, of all places.
I'm less likely to be bothered when I'm on my break.
Dude, you don't have to be so fucking mad at me. It's not my fault I was here and you stumbled upon me.
Not completely safe, though, apparently. Well, from the likes of you. Other people seem to forget that anyone could be in here at all. When they take their arguments outside, forget they might be heard.
Have you heard anything interesting? Tell me what you heard, and I promise this encounter stays between us.
Fine. Dean.
Evelyn Dean?
Her.
Mm.
Last Tuesday, work was quiet, so I slipped out here. I overheard her having a fight about something.
You didn't seem to be in any capacity to talk. That's odd. What was the argument about?
Since we're good pals now, I'll tell you that I did try to get closer, but it was too risky. Probably some of this magic stuff they're all so keen on. You'd need to ask him, I guess.
Who? Did you see who she was arguing with?
All I could tell you is that it was a man. She was the one with the raised voice, mostly drowned him out. Then she stormed off. I don't know if he followed, but by the time I'd worked myself to a good vantage point, he was gone too. Bloody maze.
Need to go start laundry and take my medications. Be right back. Sounds good.
This has been helpful.
Is this why she's not been about the last few days? Vardy says she left, but I don't know.
But I hope to learn.
Well, if you're gonna be snooping about, it was 8 p.m. they fought. I know because the bar was quiet with all the Blue Bloods playing bridge.
The Blue Bloods. Who was Miss Dean arguing with before she went missing, and why? I can start by ruling out Father Sinnoh and Mr. O'Finn, as they hadn't arrived by then, and Mr. Doyle, since the information came from him. Walter, too, as it was an adult man she fought. Intriguing. Very interesting. So she came out here and then has since disappeared. It's kind of weird that it just ends here. Like, this almost feels like this is going to disappear at some point, but perhaps not. The real question is, can I escape the maze? What the hell? What did I just see? Was that real? A giant figure smithing. What could it mean? Hammering giant. Okay, well, let's take a look. An old anvil covered in Celtic knotting. Despite its obvious age, it shows no signs of wear or rusting. Its immense size must mean it was only intended for use by whatever it was using, or whatever it was that I saw using it. James, watch out! We're sure there's no gas leak, right? I think out in the hedge maze it would be a bit odd for there to be a gas leak. It's definitely feels like I'm trapped in a room with a gas leak. Maybe I never left my room and this is all just a one enormous hallucination. Oh, what is that? There's something over there. Interesting. So maybe go try to find that. I don't know what it is, but I want to know. It was down this way, but then kind of like in some curvature within the maze, so it wasn't against the wall. Oh, I think we already kind of found that. Oh, here we go. Standing stone. An old standing stone with a geometric pattern on it. I wonder if it's real or a replica. That's it? That's all you got for me? Disappointing. There's an awful lot of crows flying about, isn't there? Ominous. Okay, well, that was somewhat of a bust, I'm afraid. I guess there's a stairs here that we can use as a bit of a vantage point. We can figure out how to get to it. Oh, a magic well. Okay. And a person. Hello. Mr. Toussaint? A closed up well, but I can hear water on the other side. Fia Callahan. It's covered in these markings. I get the sense they're a recent addition, but who would have drawn these? We did hear that Fia was looking for a well. I don't really know why. But she was doing. I don't know that there's a reason to talk to Mr. Toussaint that much.
Hello again, Monsieur Ward. Can I help you?
Let's take a look at evidence. Yeah, you know what? Let's ask him about. Actually, I want to ask him about this too.
Was it worth it? You have Erickson, but at the cost of learning what she would have done.
The depravities of mankind are not new to me. I've seen, indeed experienced firsthand, magic and its beliefs used to justify many terrible things. But what shakes me in this case is the reasoning. That she would do such a thing in hopes that it might grant her something as trivial as magic? Her own humanity meant so little to her. This is what upsets me. What it is done.
Yeah, it was kind of a bonehead decision on her part, but anyway. We have staved it off for the moment. Let's, no, we haven't talked about the strange dreams yet with him. I think we should do. I found I have the strangest dream staying here. My data, how do I do this voice? My data would suggest you are not alone. It's a terrible French accent, folks. I'm sorry. Data? Oi. But it is still early to comment. I am still gathering data and undertaking experiments. Perhaps when I am done, we can talk. What data is this? Where would it be kept? His room, perhaps? Okay, we might have to do a little bit of snooping. Exorcism. Have you learned much about exorcisms in your work? I have, and they can be real, but Monsieur Ward, they are more often not. Like any tool of the church, you must be very skeptical. Any undesirable behavior can be deemed to be demonic possession, the discovery of unfavorable science, a willful woman, child who struggles to conform. Even those of different sexual orientations are fair game for a fiery priest and his inhumane methods to chase the demons out. Like witch burnings before it, it's a form of punishment for being different. Be wary of it, Monsieur Ward, and of those who use it. I didn't know you were French with touches of German. Oh, I can't talk to him because the hour's about to change.
Take care, monsieur.
Oh boy. It's so funny, like, you know, as a Canadian, we are ostensibly a bilingual country, but the vast majority of folks don't speak French. You know, French is spoken in, to a degree, I guess, in parts of Ontario and Quebec. A lot of Quebec. And I'm sure that there's some more French-speaking folks out on the east side, the coastal provinces. But I don't think anybody out west anybody west of Ontario probably is not terribly likely to speak a lot of French. There may be a couple of kind of remaining enclaves of French speakers there, because I believe that the Métis people, who are like essentially a culture that is a combination of French colonists and the indigenous people. I believe there's some French-speaking folk that moved out west to a degree into the prairies, but I don't know how much. I'm sure that there were some in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but I don't know how many of them remain. Like I think it's still predominantly very much English-speaking west of Ontario. Anyway, long story short, I learned French as a part of my schooling, but none of it has retained. Like almost nothing. I know very, very basic French, and I can't really speak it. I can sort of read it to a degree, but like it's really dependent on the words being very similar to English words. And if you kind of have a basic understanding of the grammatical structure of French as a language, then you can kind of muddle your way through with trying to figure out what it's trying to say. But even then, like it's bonjour. Bonjour to you as well. Yeah, it's like kind of a regret that I wasn't able to retain any of it, but at the same time, it's been not terribly useful in my day to day. So it's not like it's life changing. It's just a mild regret, of which I have many. Oh, he's still here. Hello. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is something we haven't looked at yet either. Monument. To my beloved Mary, may those who wander this maze be as lost as I am without you in my life. That's the... Okay. I don't know where this is going to take us, actually. To a dead end? No? No, it keeps going. Oh. Oh, hello. Speaking with a standing stone.
What's this now?
Or maybe it's just like a nonsense standing stone.
What Egypt carved this rubbish?
Yep.
You'd have to work hard to make a more wrong-looking rock. Some posh folly, this.
That's funny. So clearly this is just nonsense. I've had 2 real-world experiences needing to understand Spanish since I learned it in school. One was asking a group of Argentinian roof workers to please sign for a thing I was delivering, and one was a cable box that was stuck in Spanish for the setup mode. I apparently know enough to communicate with the roof workers, but not enough for a cable box. Oh no. Bummer. Oh, somebody else to eavesdrop on.
How are you feeling today, Miss Mantovani?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
I suppose I could be better.
Yeah.
This morning's cards suggest our preparations will not go unused. This is an upside?
Our preparations, you say?
I think that would be best for you to judge.
I will make the best of it, I think.
Can I do anything for you?
You stay here with me for a moment? I do not want to be alone just now.
Interesting. It kind of seems like they're in cahoots for something. Maybe there's a world where Mr. Dupre wanted to use Mrs. Dean as like the corporeal form to restore his friend's spirit into.
Ah, Signor Ward.
Yes. And you are?
My name? My name, Signor, is Carmela Mantovani. The same Carmela Mantovani who is hosting tomorrow evening's seance. The guest of honor, if you will.
The psychic. Is that how you know my name?
Ah, you flatter my abilities, Signor. No, I overheard the stuff mentioned and you guessed, and worked the rest out. I am something of the detective. No?
Yeah, it's called cold reading.
Another example? I think perhaps you're here for a different reason. Something not like the others.
And why would you say that, madame?
You do not recognize me or my name. I would wager good money that no others came this far west without some idea of those details.
That seems like a fair point.
Come, allow me to read your cards. Perhaps we can discover your real reason for attending. Maybe you will find a little direction along the way.
Sure, why not?
After that display, how can I refuse?
Come closer then, Signor.
Okay, 3 cards. Let's see.
A 3-card spread, Signor. 1 card for your past. 1 for your present. And 1 for your future. Let us begin. The 3 of Swords. Swords cover the intellectual realm. And this one in particular deals with heartbreak. Love, perhaps, but also grief, sorrow, perhaps even betrayal.
Betrayal. I know it sounded like something happened with my brother that was not exactly ideal.
Surely your cards can tell you which.
They're pieces of paper, Signor. They can't answer anything. They put you in front of questions that you may choose to ask yourself. Or not. If these cards are to mean anything, only you will know it. The Tower. Major Arcana. These cards deal with big, life-changing affairs.
The past was betrayal. The present is Tower.
As you can see, lightning, fire, destruction, and chaos are the poor view of this card.
That sounds bad.
What is bad? This card will suggest that you are, or soon will be, in the middle of something significant and unavoidable.
Seems to track with their current circumstances.
Bad is not the right word, but neither is it good.
Ooh.
Oh, the wind!
Does that...
Everything means something, Signor. Normally, a card is upright or reversed. When upright, this card, the Wheel of Fortune, means good luck, prosperity. Reversed, it means, as you may suspect, bad luck and the misfortune on its side. I believe it means both are possible. I think your future, perhaps all of our futures, are very much in your hands. However you resolve your tower, this here and now, your own reason for attending, it seems likely to affect us all.
That seems bad for you.
You see, I was not wrong. There is more for you here than a mere seance.
Indeed. Though I am unsure what all this means.
It means, Signor, tread carefully, but act decisively. So much hangs in the balance. And now, perhaps a more traditional conversation, see? What should we discuss, Signor Ward?
I mean, I don't know how seriously we should be taking that reading. It doesn't really change anything. We're just going to continue doing what we're doing, but it's pretty accurate. sunken eyes. Miss Mantovani looks very tired. I wonder if she's been having nightmares. The shakes. Miss Mantovani's jewelry is quietly jangling, as if it's her entire body shaking despite the mild temperature. And the tarot deck worn by years of use. Let's have a chat with her about her shakes, shall we? Are you cold, miss? Your hands are shaking. Oh, I wouldn't. Don't worry about that. I've been Why did I say cough instead of coughing? You are right, of course. I should be wearing my shawl. Sign suggests Miss Mantovani's unwell. Are you feeling all right, Miss Mantovani? Oh, why do you... I'm all right. I'm fine. It's just a cough. Perhaps a cold from the weather. London is foggy, but here it is just damp to the bone. Let's ask about the device. Do you know what that strange device in the atrium is for? Certo, it is not a measure of how successful we will be. This is what the Marquess tells me. I cannot recall Marquess. I cannot recall what it measures. Ghosts or the veil or such? Ah, maldita memoria. I do not know. Sorry. Okay, so I guess it's not her device. Strange dreams. Have you had any strange dreams since arriving here? In a place like this, how could one not? But the recurring one, the maze of corridors luring me to the seance. This is enticing. There is a force at work in the dreams here. You can feel it, no? It is not another practitioner. It does not have focus. What it is and what it wants, I do not know. Perhaps it will be our guest at the seance. Haha. Oop. Timetable. What are your plans for the weekend? Oh, but I plan to spend much of my weekend giving readings in the hedge maze. When I am free, of course. And of course I excuse me, I have my talk today at 5. After this I'm to meet Signora Callahan at dinner for 7. I think she intends to, how you say, chew my ear off about this whole weekend. And there is this ball this evening. That will be quite the event, I'm sure. And tomorrow? Again, tomorrow I will spend some time giving readings in the maze, but mostly my energies will be focused on preparing for the silent dinner and grand seance in the evening. Okay, let's ask her about her duties, I guess. So you are the mystic leading us in the grand seance. See, while I begin my career with the tarot, I love it dearly. It does not provide the same show as a seance. There is nothing like it. To press your hand to the veil and feel another on the other side. The spirit's calling back. And this one, where the veil will fall down like stage curtains. There will be nothing to compare, Signor, I assure you. The well scrying? The magical process of asking a well for visions. I gather Miss Callahan has learned a way to use well water to see over great distances. Yes, and she makes it look easy, does she not? With only an intention, she was able to guide me to my familia. To think she has to keep such a wonderful secret so men in frocks do not take her away to the flames. So many of your people have lost loved ones to the Americas because of your famine. Imagine they could stay in touch. Someone told me Miss Dean was specially invited to the seance. Oh, like me? They invited others? Oh, Senor Ward, will I never be enough for these rich people? These rich people. Oh, I do not think. Oh, Senor Ward, please. I'm making fun. What do I care who has been invited alongside me? I'm still numero uno. Were you at the bridge game? The other night? Me? Oh, no. The only cards that interest me are the tarot. It was those I was reading while playing the game. While they played their game. We'll ask with you. You look tired, Miss Mantovani. Oh, no, that's... There's a lot of strange energy in this place. It is difficult to sleep in a place so beset with spirits.
That's all.
That's enough. Hello? Oh, stuck on wait, what? Why can't we talk to her again?
Senior Ward.
Okay, that was kind of a waste. What do I have here? The trail hypothesis. Oh, okay. Let's do that actually. Okay. We're going to make a hypothesis. Miss Dean was brought to the hedge maze by a shadowy figure while a third party watched. I mean, that's not really a hypothesis. That's kind of what we saw.
Some thing guided Miss Dean through the ground.
Oh, fuck. Something guided Miss Dean through the grounds, though I'm not yet sure as to where. The whole time they were being watched by the culprit. Can I learn anything useful about the culprit from this? The boot prints belong to them.
The prints in the hedge maze must belong to the culprit. So now I know they wear a medium-sized boot. I have picked up another. I wonder if there's anyone I could eliminate as a result. And if not, what investigating can I do to allow me to learn some useful facts?
That is actually helpful, because we have been looking at people's shoes like a weird little pervert, man. What was that thing that led Miss Dean through the maze? Was it another ghost or something else? Maybe the staff have heard of it or seen it before, or maybe some of the guests might know. I have a feeling it was not a ghost and was maybe like a Loa or something. Or a presence of a goddess, maybe breed. That's my current theory, based on nothing. Huh. I find it odd that, oh, that one's 14 to 14. Okay, I don't know. I'm missing something here. The fight. The porter overheard Miss Dean arguing with a man not long before she disappeared. Who was it and what did they fight about? We have ads in 22 minutes. I may end stream around then, because I do have to get some stuff done this afternoon, sadly. Okay, resident alibis and guest alibis. Mark all the scene. Boom. We don't really have enough to explain. Mr. Hunter was fixing a stable door while Miss Dean's fight took place. Okay. Okay, so I see. We know certain ones are kind of marked off as having been occupied or otherwise distracted at this time. But everybody else we have to talk. Shadowy figure. Okay, so let's take a look. Wears small shoes. Okay, so we can eliminate her. We don't know his shoe size, nor do we know theirs. Late 30s. She does not look like she's in the late 30s, I gotta say. Does not trust or use magic. So he says, but he says he doesn't. Wears a medium shoe. Okay, could be Dupre. Her shoes are medium sized too. Oh, cannot use magic. Okay, there we go. She has no magical talents. We'll mark her off. Mourning his late wife. Finn. Dara Hunter. Noted as magically talented. Okay. Okay, I think we've largely marked off the folks that we can for the moment. But we will have to do some more digging. His shoes are medium size. Okay. But he can do magic, and certainly he's literate. Actually, let's go back in here. I think we're going to mark off Darrow Friend at this point, because we believe him to be illiterate, in that he can't write in English anyway. And if they're not able to write in English, then he's likely not a viable culprit, but that's not necessarily for her guaranteed. Some of the stuff could be not made up, but assumed for the moment. Okay, so we have nothing really important here at this stage. We have to decipher the note, which we cannot do yet. Find a way to revisit the dream. Okay. I think we'll do that tonight, but let's talk to Mr. Dupre about the shadowy figure. Have you ever heard of, well, ghosts that are larger than normal? I've heard of a great many things, and many cultures claim to have had giants walk the land in times past, but no, I've never seen or heard of it, at least nothing that makes me believe. But other things, that is possible. Perhaps not a ghost, but an angelic visitation or other godly figure, maybe? This land's old gods, the Tuatha De Danann, would have been described as larger than man. For example, and the mythology here references many giants in that vein. That's true, actually. It could potentially be from them. Does this book mean anything to you, Mr. Dupre? It does not, Mr. Ward, and for that, I'm glad. I would not trifle with the energy it holds, nor the magic those symbols have to offer. Were you close with Miss Dean, Mr. Dupre? Miss Dean? No, I dare say she looked right through me. She looks uncannily like my dearly departed friend, you see. Each time I see her, it's like, well, the grief feels fresh. Any plans for the weekend, Mr. Dupre? Plenty, Mr. Ward, though I have an especially busy day tomorrow, so I think I'll take it a little easier today. Well, first of all, how could I resist the talk from our resident mystic, Miss Mantovani? I will be in attendance at 5 p.m. Before then, I'll walk in the hedge maze before attending Miss Callahan's talk at 3, I think. I don't want to wear myself out before the ball, so I won't do much more than that today. Then tomorrow, there's lunch in the dining room at 1, and I suspect I'll take a late nap at 5. I suspect it'll be a long evening. I also have a scrying session with Miss Callahan at 11, and I'm attending her nephew's talk at 3. I'll certainly join the silent dinner at 8. I'm hoping a certain spirit might attend. And then we reach the big moment, the grand seance. I assume I will see you there? Probably. Let's ask about Miss Mantovani's health, I think. Miss Mantovani seems unwell. Indeed, someone who works so regularly with such forces takes a risk. The way she speaks of it and writes of it clearly takes a toll. We have made some arrangements, her and I, just in case. I'm hoping it won't come to that. Okay. I think that's enough for now.
Mr. Ward, but I won't keep you.
So we've got 40 minutes, I guess, before, in-game, I mean, before the talk at 3 that I want to make. So I think that's enough in here for now. Although, wait, where is... I want to talk to Darrow Finn again. Or not Darrow Finn. What was his name? Something. Maybe it was Darrow. Wait for reminders. Okay, we're gonna go back to the crappy standing stone because I think that's where we saw him last. But it would be good to talk to him about the Tuatha De Danann, and potentially that spirit that we saw. What's the best way to go? We're just gonna like run our way through the maze here and see if we get lost. Oh, all right. We actually kind of made it the way we wanted to, sort of. Not quite there, but we're pretty close. I think it's just in here. There he is.
And you're back. What can I do you for?
We have much to discuss, my friend. Can you tell me much about the Tuatha De Danann? Nothing you won't find in a book. They are the old gods of this land, gone underground after being tricked by us mortals. What they think of us now, I can't say. And even as a man who walks their path, I'm not always sure why I do. Do they hear us, talk to us like the Christians think their God does? I can't say. They connect me to this land, and my heritage is all I know. It just feels right to light a fire for them from time to time. They've never asked for more than that. Shadowy figure. I think I've seen something. Something stalking the manor grounds. A large ghostly figure? Oh, lad, if you've seen the Tuatha De Danann, you're a lucky man. The old gods. Get an education in your heritage, lad. They walked this land a long time ago before disappearing into the other world. But fragments still exist, like the way you say it. Large ghostly forms. Yeah, that's not tremendously useful. Any plans for this weekend, Mr. Ruffin? I'm told there's a big party on Friday. I'll go to that, I guess. Fancy dress. I reckon that means they'll dress like me and I'll dress like them, no? I'm told there's proper history. Good history in the garden, so I'll go there while it's bright and then head off to the bar when it's dark. I'll wander the hedge maze after lunchtime, I think, and then I'll go get a gaiter in the bed in the bar before the dinner ball. Not sure what else there is to do. I'm told there are talks, but talking to me is a two-way thing. Not sitting down so somebody can tell you about their hobbies. And for Sunday? Who knows? Tomorrow's too far away to be worth thinking about today. There's the seance anyway. Could spend some time getting on Pia's nerves, though. That's always fun. She said she'd be doing some work with the wile after lunch. Might stick my face in and see how she's getting on. Let's ask about this, because I'm sure he'll have some thoughts and feelings. What do you make of this book, Master Finn? Where'd you find a thing like that, lad? I can't read the words, never learned letters, but those markings in the columns. That's Ogham, and that I can read. It's of the meaning of the gateway or door, but not quite. It's something akin to both, but less mundane than either. Okay. What about this chimney charm? I found this on a walk about the grounds. What do you make of it? No need to be so vague, lad. You found it in someone's room. Don't worry, I'll pry no further. It's a binding charm, stops the target from having any magical effect on somebody else. It only works if it stays close to the person it's targeting, though. Stops the target from having any magical effect on someone else. Interesting. Because we found this in her room, in the chimney. So if she was sleeping there, she wouldn't be able to impact other people? Maybe that also means she wouldn't be able to magically defend herself. If that is indeed what's happening. Do you know of the goddess Brid? Aye, her father was the chieftain of the Tuatha De Danann. He's a powerful and versatile god. Her realm is up in Fart by Dundalk. A modest shrine, but then I think that's how she'd like it. I don't think we need to ask about any of this.
No, I should go.
Only do something if you want, not because you should.
That's a good attitude, man. You're pretty chill. Act on Olivia Darcy. We got to figure something out about her situation. She's you think she's haunted, and we haven't proven otherwise. Much to do, and not much time to do it in, as they say. Oh, why is that not working? All right, folks, get there and bear with me a second. My stream manager seems to be misbehaving. Whatever. I think we're okay. Oh, who's this? Darcy.
Mr. Ward, you come back to me.
Yeah, but we don't know how to act on you yet.
Good day, Miss.
So we'll maybe come back. Unsettling music. There's always something about like, oh.
Another crow?
How you doing, bud? 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 How you doing, bud
Is that Master Walter watching the grounds from the Blake residence? That's quite the vantage point, I wonder what secrets he's seen.
Who the heck's Master Walter? Is he the kid?
You really mean to tell me you've never been to so much as a tarot reading before? Awfully common, of course, tarot. A seance or other ritual is preferable. But I really would have thought you'd have some experience.
No, I confess, I'm a novice to the whole thing. But this seance sounded so fascinating. When I heard of it, I couldn't bring myself not to come along.
No one could fault you for your lack of ambition.
Ambition? If you like. Mere curiosity, really. Who isn't a little interested in whatever comes next? Especially at our age.
Well, quite.
What are you hanging out here in the rain for, bud? It kind of feels like getting the short end of the stick out here. I think while these old fussy men are hanging out here, let's go maybe poke through their rooms. Well, there's at least one room that I think is now available for us to poke through. But if we need to, we'll come back out. Yep, no one's there. Some letters. A mass of correspondence from various people. One mentions Mr. Doyle and his placement here to investigate. Another talks about how the Eon has been located, whatever that is, or wherever it is. It resides here at Blake Manor. A note here about freeing the Eon from its prison at all costs. No death here is real. Another talks, oh boy, what a weirdo. Another talks about how all attempts to reach Master Doyle have failed. Mr. Doyle. I see the flyer for this event is attached to another letter. This is your chance, Father, is written here. Somebody stayed here in order to reach Doyle, but he did not recognize them or know the faith. Interesting. Come on, I just want to look at his schedule. There we go. Father sent a schedule for this week. I've noted his movements. Very nice. Partial maps. Incomplete maps of the ground. They're well made, unlike the recent continuation beside them. He's been trying to complete a map of the grounds, but it's poorly made, not his skill set, I suppose. Okay. Nothing of note. Sure. His booties, medium-sized, of course. I don't think we really care about his vestments all that much. Chest of drawers with some clothes. A little of interest. A pistol box. Why does this dude have a pistol? Does this mean the priest is constantly armed? Methinks he may not be a priest. A leather journal. Let's see the most recent entry. I've uncovered a hidden door which leads to the women's changing room. It is an ungodly place. Alas, I was hasty in my exit and have yet to review it properly. Between our assessment of the grounds and the talk at 11, the best opportunity will be at 6. But we will find these catacombs. Come Sunday morning, we will search them stone to stone. A Gnostic Bible. His Bible is a Gnostic one. He has sermon notes and the likes recorded inside. Is this the branch of Christianity he really follows? He has passages about a black iron prison marked, but I cannot make out what they mean. It's hard to make anything of use out. It's a very dense tome. I need to look elsewhere for more understandable information. Such as, you know, perhaps the library. A sequence of strange hand-drawn symbols was sitting below the Bible. Interesting. A set of stationery, okay, but look, there's definitely a letter there, but okay, sure. I want to ignore that. Is there anything below the bed? It does not appear to be the case. Oh, hello. Did I walk right over this? A badly scrawled note, I think, requesting a meeting with Father Sinnoh, but it's hard to read. As best as I can, it is signed Murphy. Who the feck is Murphy? I don't know that we've missed anything in here. It doesn't seem like there's much else. Yeah, okay. Still, some interesting information. Wasn't expecting an old priest to have a pistol, that's for sure. I'm not sure what the reason for it would be. All right, let's check out this room. No, hold on. Gotta be strapped to fight demons. that's true. You got the truth of it. How you doing, Mean Bear? How's your afternoon been? Hope you're doing well. Go south and check out. Hopefully this room over here is now empty and the person who was inside it has moved on. Because I rather want to snoop. I can't hear anything. Lovely. Time to break in. What you up to today, Mean Bear? What you been playing? Several scrapped letters that, judging by the handwriting, are written by Miss Hisham, but whatever she is writing seems to be in Arabic and I can't read it. Oh, we're in ads. God damn it. Yo, what up? It's all good. It's a fresh 27 Celsius. Ugh. All right, you were here earlier talking about that, weren't you? Rancid. Vanity box. I'm not allowed to look inside. Yeah, I guess it's nothing. Sure. Here. Oh, right. Shoot. Ads. I was supposed to stop. Not done much today. Yesterday, I played quite a bit of Resident Evil 6. How is it? Oh, that's the wrong one. How is RE6? I've heard that it is not necessarily spectacular. I've heard it's kind of a hot mess because of the multiple different routes that Capcom try to jam in. I never played it myself. I remember really enjoying RE5 with the... I played it purely in co-op with my buddy, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know. I don't know how 6 turned out in the grand scheme. Hopefully fun enough to play. I can't imagine it's not at least somewhat entertaining. Because otherwise, what's the point? It's an action game instead of a horror game, but it's fun with co-op. Yeah, okay, that about, you know, aligns with my understanding. But I don't know. It's one of those things. I haven't played it. I don't know that I'll get around to it at some point. There's so many different games I still gotta play. So much to do. So much to see. You know how it is. We still have ads for another minute. Enemies are quite bullet spongy though. Oh, that's kind of annoying. That just feels obnoxious. Like I liked playing those you know, the Division games. I remember quite enjoying them kind of at the beginning of the game, or at least in the Division 1. I don't think I really played much of the Division 2. But there's a lot of enemies that start to get really bullet spongy, really tanky, and it just kind of feels bad to be shooting the same dude in the face like for 5 minutes before before he goes down. It's like, you know what, that's I understand this is a game, but like even that is starting to beggar my belief in in this world. I actually reinstalled it the other day because I kind of wanted to play it again. It had been a hot minute since I played the Division, and I was just considering it would be fun. I never touched the DLCs. I've heard that the DLCs for the first game, there's one in particular which I'm not remembering the name of offhand, but anyway, there's one that I think was supposed to be quite good, so maybe I'll check that out at some point. Alrighty, folks, we have finished ads, and we can get back into the game in just a moment. Wait, what? No, now ads are, excuse me? Oh man, I thought ads were already there. Okay, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a short break. I feel like I need a drink. You know, I've been yapping a lot and have not had enough to drink as a result. For my personal taste anyway. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes, folks, and then we'll continue playing. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna go. I might go till like 4 or so, because I've been having a grand time. But yeah, I'll see y'all again in just a moment or two, and we'll see you then. Alrighty, folks, we are back. I have a drink. I am rehydrating. And raring to go. And I've saved and we shall resume. Right, so we've just broken into, what's her name again? Miss Hisham's room. Whack! How you doing, Noble? How goes your chores? Her shoe size appears to be medium. Uh-oh. We have her schedule. A little of interest here. Currently laying on the couch with a cat on me. Ooh, sounds like chores are going swimmingly. Can I see the game? That's okay. Ah, that's what you mean. There we go. It's like you cannot see the game because the cat is on your face. That's fine, as long as you can hear me. Like, no, it's you can't see the game at all. Very good. Thank you for letting me know. Every time I come back, I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure out a better way to prevent myself from doing the pooch. Sketching materials and maps. She's been mapping the grounds and marking rooms off, the reason for which I cannot tell. But why are so many people obsessed with this? Charcoal and drawing paper. Miss Hisham likes to draw. I don't know if I would necessarily... I thought that was a wand for a second. No, it's just necessary to pen a letter, all this stationery material. Cold liquids are very good. I enjoy cold liquid. An ice cold beverage. Yesterday's newspaper. Fascinating. Some coal, but nothing. No paper. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a prayer mat. I thought that was a carpet she had stolen. The Quran. Copy the Quran. A neatly rolled up prayer mat. I have a feeling we're going to find out that the practitioner who is messing with Miss Dean is of some sort of religion, and that's why we're finding evidence of the different religious organizations that people may belong to, etc., etc. Oh, hello. That dream, it keeps pulling my attention away from the vase. Sometimes hours of searching have gone before I realize I've been looking for something else. So she's looking for the vase. Where do we hear about the vase again? I think Miss Dean had taken it or something. Oh, I'm not gonna remember. That's annoying. That symbol, Miss Hisham has seen it too. Did she also dream it? Yeah, there's a stool which we can open. And there's nothing inside. Good. A book that has clearly been handled with care. Okay, but it doesn't really matter. That seems like we have cleared this room out. I believe. Right. I think that's it. Let's get out of here. We need to double check if Mr. Doctor is in. Dr. Callahan. Oh, he's over here. He's in front of his room. Okay. I don't know if we want to necessarily try to sneak in right in front of him, That may be ill-advised. We have a couple of rooms on the south side that we can break into now, which is maybe something we should do while we have the opportunity. Potentially have the opportunity. If somebody's home, I'm not going to bust in and jump them. There's also something about access to the ladies' room. There's some sort of secret passage, which, I'm not a pervert, but we do need to figure what that was about. This is Darcy, right? Miss Quinn. Okay, there's nobody here. Let's bust on in, folks. Are we morally suspect for doing this? Yes. Do I care? Not really. What are these dreams trying to tell me? That I'm close to my goal? The answer feels so near, down to the next corridor, behind the next sigil. I must keep searching. Maybe what I seek is at the seance. Maybe that is the dream's message. Okay, so we find somebody else. We found somebody else listening, or rather experiencing the dream. Mrs. Quinn. I don't know who Miss Quinn is, actually. Drawings. Some drawings. I'm not sure what of. Perhaps she should stick to her poetry. Oof. Oh, savage. That's rude. A published book of Miss Quinn's poetry with scraps of paper containing annotations and drafts tucked between the pages. Those drawings don't look that bad to me. I mean, they don't necessarily look lifelike, but they look more like, it looks more like she's a cartoonist instead of a, you know, an actual life drawing person. Yeah, this is just stationery. I don't think we're going to bother spending the time. Just a book. Who cares? I mean, I care and that I like reading, but not important to the investigation necessarily. Cloths. Why is this the one not open? Usually it does. An assortment of clothing. Okay, that's what I figured. I figured it would be nothing, but I hadn't checked one in a while, so. A locket. A locket with two names etched inside the framing, Alma and Julia. There's a photograph on either side, each of a young girl. They look quite a lot like Miss Quinn. I suppose they would be her siblings. Potentially. Photos. Oh, gods. What the fuck? That's upsetting. A collection of mementos of deceased family members. That is horrific. A lock of hair. A brooch containing a lock of hair. The back says Alexander Quinn, 1865 to 1896. Perhaps her husband or father? More photographs to memorialize the dead. How much of her family did she lose? Could have been a lot due to the famine. But that is grim. Grimoires. Grimoires, most of them printed, one in Miss Quinn's hand, and then all of them annotated and nearly worn out of the spine. It seems they've been used quite extensively over the years, and the the handwritten one seems to be the product of enormous time and effort. Clothes. This is the Quinn family. The Quinn family seems to have a lot of recently dead. It's a wonder there are any of them left at all. Yikes. Nothing under the bed. Carpet can't be moved. I suspect we have ripped through this place enough. And there's another room on this corridor that also needs to have the same treatment performed. Assuming the person is not at home. Mr. O'Meara. Sounds like there's someone on the other side. That's a bummer. All right, we'll come back for you later, sucker. You escaped for now. Let's maybe... Did we want to talk to Fia? I think maybe we did. I mean, we also want to bust into what's-his-face's room, but alas, we can't really do that at the moment. They're also having a conversation, so we might be able to eavesdrop on them. Oh, wait a second. If this is the women's washroom, then maybe there's a secret passage in his room? Is that what it's implying? Okay, it's just a closet with cleaning supplies, sure. Okay. Folks, I don't know what this old man is doing trying to get into the women's washroom, but certainly reacted poorly to the experience. I should maybe close this. I don't know if we want him to know we were here. Already looked at this. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like it's in here. I think it was okay. Let's double check his journal, make sure I didn't miss something. Or a hidden door which leads to the women's changing rooms. They're definitely trying to find something in this hotel, this manor, that is probably unrelated to the case of Miss Dean, or at least like not directly related, but maybe she got pulled into it somehow. I just don't know how. Maybe the women's changing room is different from ladies' washroom over here was accessible. Anyway, we'll leave it for now. I'm just curious what this little old pervert's doing. Nothing here. Nothing in here bar a toilet and sink. Oh. Small washroom. Okay, so maybe that's not the same thing. Maybe the ladies' changing room is somewhere else. William Blake, the 7th Marquess of Doon. The symbol on his brooch here seems to be kind of similar to the runes for opening and closing, eh?
Well, then, what do you make of it? And don't just say you don't like it.
But I don't. Really, what's more to be said about it? They're kicking up dust they don't even notice and leaving us to clean up.
Still, it's not malicious, Antine. This is... You and I both know there's no better place for a seance like this than here.
Better they not hold a blasted seance at all. What's it all for in the end? For the spectacle? Oh, you're much too forgiving, Rory.
And somewhere on the other side of forgiving is stubborn.
You're not the first person to call me that, you know, and you won't be the last. There is no good to come of this.
If there were, you wouldn't know it.
Come on now, Rory.
Leave it for once, won't you? I won't be lectured by a woman who won't listen herself.
Rock meet hard place, I guess. We haven't actually looked at her yet. A stark streak of white runs through her otherwise red hair. Celtic cross. A Celtic cross similar to many worn by Catholics in the country. Folk jewelry. She has a tan on her skin, as if she's been, as if she spent time working outside. Oh. Patched up clothing. Her clothes have seen many repairs. Well, it is 3 p.m. I suspect they will have both moved on to the drawing room. So now will be a good time to go through his room. I'm not sure where she's going to have gone to. Maybe the drawing room, or excuse me, the drawing room as well. Possibly. Okay, what did we want to do? We wanted to go through and check his shit. A letter from Fia to Rory Callahan ordering him home for this grand seance. As in, she was trying to send him home? But that went over well. Notes on the event. It seems the doctor is preparing a research paper on the events of this weekend. A letter from Miss Dean. She's thanking him for his offer to tutor her, but says she wants to learn from a true master. The letter has been crumpled up more than once, as if he's been taking it out, rereading it, and discarding it over and over again. Ooh, he's perhaps a bit obsessed. Yeah, we'll look at that folder in a sec. That's just stationery. This is photography. Chemicals used to develop. Jesus. His shoes. I think we've already seen these. Yeah, we've already determine the size of his shoes. A gramophone record and a note. Note to self, request gramophone to room so I can attempt to use this music to re-enter the dream and find out what else is going on there. He seems to be trying to revisit the dream too. I should take this and try to find out more about what the doctor meant. Sure, yeah, we'll just steal it. Why not? Letters. Various correspondence on the topics of the occult and its place inside of the scientific studies. A book on medical history and another on recent advances in chemistry. Ooh. There are no bones here. I wonder if the doctor is really seeing them, or perhaps if they're not for my eyes. Perhaps. Okay, let's take a look at this folder. There's a, kind of looks like a thing on the outside. These look like a glyph. These look like medical records, maybe, but they're masked by a sigil. Okay, we are going to take a look at our notes for open. Because I want to. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. Sigils, Oskel open. A sigil that unlocks doors that have been magically sealed. Okay, that's a very simple one. The sigil fills me with dread, but then it's overpowered by a sense of ambition. Are these emotions my own? Okay, so I don't think this is something we can do anything with. No. Okay, let's try doing just like connect everything and see what happens. Come on. Nope, to the left. There we go. Nope, there we go. Oh, that did it. Okay. Dr. Callahan's case files. It contains his notes on Miss Mantovani. According to this, she does not have long to live. Irregular heart rhythms, the onset of organ failure, a weakness of the blood. He's not sure what is causing it, but it seems to believe that it wouldn't help her anyway in this late stage. All he can do is minimize her pain in these, her final days. She's dying. Doomed to die. In fact. What a revelation. Okay. Let's see how much time we have left, because we need to get to the drawing room by 3:10. Oh my god, we are very close to missing the chat. Let's not miss it, shall we? Because that would be very frustrating. Oh, here we go. Oh, this person is here. Okay, let's analyze her. Cross of Saint Brigid. One of the Irish patron saints. She's got a knowing smile. I have the impression she knows more about those around her than they would like. Oh, that's it. Okay. We'll talk to you later, weirdo. We do need to chat with her, though. Because she's... Some folks have complained about her, put it that way.
Well, this is more of a turnout than I was expecting.
Damn, he's here.
To those of you I haven't met, I'm Fia Callahan, and I'm here to talk to you all about the other crowd.
Yeah, we'll stick around and listen.
Thank you all for coming. I hear a lot of you have come from far afield, so it seems only right that you should get to know this place, our home, a little better. We share this land with the other crowd, the Aishi, or people of the Mound. You'll have heard them called many things, no doubt.
The people of the Mound.
The good people, the weak folk, the fair folk. Some of you will know them by the F word, but we won't be saying that here.
The fuckers.
And what?
Oh, unless they meant, I guess, maybe fairies? I wonder why using that word is a faux pas.
Sure, I can't tell you what nobody knows. The church would tie themselves in knots, trying to bend the truths of the world to fit their narrative. They want you to believe, first of all, that the other crowd don't exist. Then, secondly, once you know they are real, the church wants you to think of them as angels, ones that never took a side in the battle of heaven. Cast down to earth, and not hell, for they're sitting on the fence. Now, I've never heard anything of this ilk from any reliable source, only holy salesmen. Other people confuse them for types of ghosts. And given how similar the Banshee and Fargurtha are to ghosts, I can forgive that. But they are more than that. Some would say they are the land incarnate. Really, it's best to think of them as forces of nature. They are no more good or evil than a storm. But you'd also want to stay out of the path of a bad storm.
Certainly I'd like to be inside for one.
All that said, it's easier to avoid a storm. There are signs and you get warning. Not so with the other folk. Best you can do is be polite and leave your offerings. And to avoid them altogether, best not to meddle in anything that might catch their eye.
Far too late for that for us.
That's the main reason we don't call them by their name. Or, you know, do strange magic on their doorstep.
Fair enough.
And these fairy...
Please, sir, don't call them that. I've given you many's an alternative that won't draw their eye to this place, which you don't want. Trust me there.
My apologies, madam. These other folk, they differ from the winged fairies of children's stories.
Master Toussaint don't give a shit.
As much as you and I differ from a wild animal. Yes, all of Europe, probably further, has their own form of the good folk. Primordial forces of nature, all. As unknowable to us as a storm or wave.
I was talking about this earlier, but like I don't know that much about the kind of folk stories and folklore of many of the European nations. Most of what I know comes from, you know, the Scandinavian nations. And I've read a little bit of some Russian folklore, or at least derivatives of Russian folklore from some fantasy novels that I've read. There's one called Spinning Silver, and I think another. I can't actually remember. So there's two novels by Nomi Novik, one of which is called Uprooted, and the other one is Spinning Silver. I believe that Spinning Silver is set in Russia, but I might be conflating it with another one called The Bear and the Nightingale, I believe, which definitely was set in Russia. Anyway, long story short, I kind of want to look more into folklore from these different nations because I'm very familiar with mythologies of some of the ancient civilizations, Egypt, Greece, Rome, the Viking mythologies and such, but I just don't have as much of a familiarity with mythologies of other nations, and I think it's really fascinating stuff.
As I said, Catholic monks came and tainted history, tried to write them out of existence, and when that failed, they tried to write the fear out of them.
Write the fear out of them. What does this mean?
Writing them as friendly winged sprites. Friendly to children and all that.
Yeah, I don't think a red cap is friendly to children.
Stories are powerful ways to change a land and its power. It's why the church always folded in the rituals and beliefs of a place they came to. Like in our case, how Ostara became Easter, Yule became Christmas, and Samhain became All Souls Day, when the blessing of the graves gets done.
I spoke to this last time we were playing last week, but The fact that this is pronounced Samhain and not Samhain just kind of blows my mind. It's like my whole life I've been saying Samhain in my head when I've read this, but I've never heard it spoken aloud. At least not by somebody who knows how it's pronounced. I saw the prices. I'm going to get the Subnautica bundle. Hell yeah. Love that. Subnautica, the first game from what I've played is friggin' awesome. It's like the name. Oh God, how do I remember? How do I pronounce that? It's like Saoirse or something like that. Yeah, I mean the Welsh spelling and pronunciation is can be pretty wacky at times. That is for certain. All right, folks. But yeah, vibes. I think you're gonna dig it. I need to actually go back and finish the first one. Maybe I'll do that on stream. I'll just start fresh because I wasn't like that far in. But the first one is really like kind of hallmark of survival crafting excellence. It's a little dated in some ways in terms of like the interface for crafting stuff and, you know, just in general quality of life. I think the general gameplay loop it was kind of, I think, started by Subnautica, or Subnautica was one of the first big entries into survival crafting as a genre. And so, you know, it's a little dated in that way, but I think it's still very much worth playing, and the atmosphere and world that it provides you to explore is really excellent. And then I've heard nothing but good things about Subnautica too. There's one middle entry that I've heard is kind of not as good as Subnautica, but I don't know why, and I don't know, like, I'm sure it's still fun to play. I just don't think it lives up to what the first game had to offer. Okay.
Ah, look, I've lost my train of thought with all your questions. Where was I?
Where were you?
What else? Oh, yes. Speaking of Samhain, masks. You all have costumes for the ball this evening, yes?
But I was supposed to have a costume?
Ah, it is all good fun, see? My outfit will amaze.
Yeah.
Well, yes. But also, no. Samhain is when the dead walk among us. You know this. Sure you're here for that, right? Well, when they leave, they don't always leave empty-handed. Some want to drag the living with them, jealous as they are.
Good to know. Let's not get stuck in with that, shall we?
That's why we dress up as ghoulish figures, so they can't tell the difference between us and them and will leave us be.
That's very optimistic too. It's like, we've never seen them. We don't know what they look like, but you know what? We're gonna pretend.
I can see some of your faces. Superstitious old bat, you're thinking. Maybe. It's certainly been said before. But just this 1 year, when you're pushing the barriers to their limits, you might do well to keep a superstition or two in your back pocket.
Very true.
Right. No more questions. I'm tired of trying to talk sense into you lot. Listen or don't. It's no skin off my nose.
Is that it? You good? Alrighty. Good chat for you. Good chat.
I should close the mystery of who fought with Miss Dean. If I can form a hypothesis, I will learn something useful from my investigation.
Sure. Okay, I think we're gonna end here today, folks. This has been spectacular. I love this game. It is so good. If anybody, I mean, I'm sure you guys have been somewhat spoiled to a degree by my playing it so far, but I think it's fantastic. It's been a lot of fun to kind of work through what's going on and delve into the puzzle, into the mystery. Later, Gator. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. This has been spectacular. As always, you're all lovely, lovely people, and you're always welcome here. And it's grand to just play a game and chat and have a good time on a weekend. YouTube, y'all have a great time. Super rough, as always. It's a pleasure to see you. Have a great afternoon, a great evening, and I'll be back on Tuesday evening to probably, I hope, finish off Saros. If it takes me more than a single session to finish the last biome, I will be depressed with myself. Alrighty, YouTube, you take it easy. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find somebody to raid.